talked a little bit about Parivision being an old school player. So is no one. And incredibly unique is his story because he just took a little bit of a backseat for a couple of years, and he's back and he's on top with everybody else.
He looks like he never took a break, honestly. Watching him in this tournament in particular, he just looks solid in any matchup. And sometimes he'll just pick heroes like Pango that other teams don't believe in, and he just dominates the entire game. And he's the type of player, if you look at his career, he was always on top. So to think that he would come back and not be on top would kind of be underselling the power of this player.
It's amazing. You know, I look back, I remember Kiev Major, it was 10 years ago. I remember Anna, my mid player, I was coaching back then. And we had strats designed where we knew we were going to lose the mid lane. Because Anna's like, I don't think I can beat this guy. It's like, he literally is too good. So I will be losing the lane, just so you know. And we need to come up with a way to play the game where like we're playing from behind, from the mid lane. And that was 10 years ago. And I'm sure like people today are still like, well, it's no one mid. So, you know, maybe don't counter pick, just pick what's good for the game because he'll be fine anyway. The amount of resilience, of effort that it takes to maintain yourself at that level for the longest period of time, for whoever is chasing excellence in any domain they won't understand, it's tremendous. Like words can't really speak how incredible no one is, and how honestly grateful we should be to get to see him on the stage. I think he went through a lot of highs and a lot of lows, and we should just be thankful that we get to see one of the best players ever of Dota to treat us with a best of 5 from the mid lane today.
Ooh, but I will say, even though that speech from no one was very powerful, it wasn't powerful enough to sway people's minds. Seems like BB Team is considered a favorite here.
There's a famous quote: "He will let his playing do the talking."
Ah, yes.
No need to speak. Just watch and learn.
That is so interesting. 67%. I would flip those odds personally. So my perception of Parivision right now is they're the raid boss of this tournament. Like, as strong as BB Team have looked, Parivision's drafts have been on point, their individual performance has been on point, and most teams are watching and learning from their replays.
Like, I would compare both playstyles. If I had to compare both playstyles, I would say that Parivision, they are willing to go for the high risk, high reward plays. So you're gonna see sequences in the games where you're like, that was something else, and they will pull it off, and it's gonna look incredibly, impressive. And at times, it's gonna fall short, and they might, kind of lose an advantage that they're not supposed to lose, or lose a team fight that. And on the other hand, I feel like BB Team, they are so disciplined, so stable, so excellent at everything they do, that it's going to be a clash of like, how do you view the game and what is the best way to play the game? Do you take that extra risk to try to get more, or do you just settle? Obviously both teams are capable of doing, but I think it's two different philosophies on how to play Dota that are going to clash.
I want to give a little bit of time to talk about the position 4s, as we are nearing the grand finals, but I think Save and 9 Class has earned a little bit of spotlight here, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, 9 Class is the type of player that defines a team he's on just because he brings so many unique ideas and playstyle. But this tournament, he's been a lot more standard, if you will. He's been playing a lot of typical 4s that enable his offlaner, and that's due to Puppy's vision, from what the players have said. But I think that Noticed has benefited very greatly from 9 Class shifting to this more supportive, I'm gonna enable your lane and give you the best game ever, and that's why we've seen Noticed be able to pop off the back of 9 Class.
Well, the countdown is live. We are getting ready for our best of 5 grand finals. We got BB Team, we got Parivision, and we got them ready to take the stage. So let's start our grand finals opening ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the Esports World Cup Dota 2 Grand Finals? Paris is alive, baby. Welcome home. Welcome to the greatest match you will see all year here with the two best teams in Dota 2. Milos, I am ready, baby.
I'm ready, Slacks. Honestly, it's been such an incredible tournament. It feels like things have flown real fast. We're in day 13 of Dota 2, and now ready to crown our one singular winner. It has been a massive ride for every single one of the 24 teams, but only 2 are left in this final, and only 1 can lift this trophy. The winners of last year, Team Spirit, they are no longer in contention. They are out of the running, and we will crown a brand new champion of EWC.
What about the club champions? Are they still here?
No, they're not. Neither are Team Falcons, baby, because competition is super hot here at Dota 2 the Esports World Cup, and every single team has to go through the gauntlet. It just fits that we're on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage to get to this spot.
Absolutely, guys. We have been through such a journey, and big thank you to everybody at home and in the arena for being on that journey here. 24 teams started this bad boy, and now we are down to 2. 2 of the greatest teams in Dota history competing for your applause. Before I bring out our first team, I gotta ask you one more time. Paris, are you ready for the finals? That is what I am talking about. All right, then. Let's go ahead and take a little peek over at the totem as we get our first team ready for the stage. We have made quite the journey to get here. But now, only one of our 2 teams will be walking past all those teams, all those champions, and the time has come for us. It is time for Dota 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for BBT! This team has done nothing but grow since the last year. A story of constant improvement. 5th place at last year's EWC, 4th place at last year's International, and a change after change, Forge in Fire. They finally began their rise in September of last year. With multiple first place finishes and a slew of top 3s, the time has come for them to reach their greatest heights in front of the crowd at the biggest tournament of their lives. You've got Kiritich, the man many say is responsible for this growth. That leadership has paid off. GPK, one of the most dependable mids in the last 4 years, coming to join the greats. Miero, one of the most underestimated offlaners of all time, now getting his way here today. Save, the only support I have not seen die in a full series. He has the record for 50 kills and assists this tournament. And Kanayomi, a true survivor who might look beat up, but he ain't broken. And even though he's in crutches right now, he's better than all the other Pause 5s in this mother sucker. Ladies and gentlemen, can I hear it for BB one more time? All right, quick interview here before we get started. How excited are you for this match? How are the boys feeling? Did you wake up? Are you rested? Are you ready?
Yes.
Fair enough. Fantastic. Anything special we're going to be pulling out here today? Do you have any special picks, or is it all going to be the same?
You'll see.
You'll see. I am excited. All right. Mr. Leader, you have said in the past that you hate getting second place, very painful, and you have also said that this tournament, this growth is all about personal dedication. It's all about the team sticking together. Will we see that dedication get us to at least a Game 5?
We're ready.
Yeah. All right, fantastic. And last but not least, I have to say, we haven't talked to you this entire event. I'm skipping it. Could just say one word.
We destroy Parivision.
Okay, well, that was more violent than I thought. Thank you. Fantastic. Any words out there to the fans? This will be the last time you get to talk to them before you win the grand finals.
Let's play some Dota and watch it.
Let's play some Dota!
My friend Slacks, that is a tough squad you're offering up on the other side, but I'm here to tell you all about their opponents. My friends, let's walk over to our totem stage and show them right here, right now. In this grand final, it's none other than Parivision! They are no strangers to grand finals and the pressure that comes with them. Last year in Riyadh, you saw them bow out in the tournament in the semifinals to the eventual champions, Team Spirit. Guess where they are? Not here, baby. That's Parivision in here. That loss spurred them on to only get stronger and stronger. TI-25, third place. Scene-shattering shakeups came after that. The legendary Puppy came in as coach, redefined Parivision's playstyle and meta picks. The new reliable, the rock-solid Noticed, cementing his spot on the team. And within a short amount of time, has proven essential to their success. Trust is a cornerstone of the squad, but tell me, how can you not fully trust your teammates when what you have is no one? Satanic, 9 Class, and Ducalis, legends of West EU Dota. This team is here to bring it. 12 days, 15 games, and they are here to make history in Paris. Over $1.1 million rest on this matchup. And I'm telling you now, I'm gonna keep it short, Slacks, because I think our audience is ready for this one. Any final words for your opponents, Ducalis?
Who cares? Smash.
Who cares? Smash! That's Parivision, that's BB Team, and that is our 2 final teams, our grand finalists at Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. Slacks, yo, I'm sweating in my slacks for this one because I cannot wait to get it started.
Absolutely. All right. Take a look. One of these 2 teams will be going home second place, and one will be the greatest team in Dota history. Paris, one more time. What do you got for them? Please get your keys to your stadiums. Get me that handshake, and let's start some Dota carnage. Oh, crowd, if you could please help me. Oh, hey! All right, thank you so much, Milos. Thank you to the crowd, and thank you all as we begin our grand finals match. Let's head over to the panel and get this party started.
Of course, it feels amazingly great, like to get to grand finals of EWC.
We want to prove for ourselves and for the organization that we can reach the good places on this tournament.
I would say that we're confident to come and just show really good Dota.
The job is not done yet. This grand final will be really good. We're gonna show our best game.
Yeah, we know how they play, they know how we play. We need to play like beasts.
Still have damage. Malik, oh, down to the telekinesis. Not what you wanted, not what you wanted at all, Eki. You gave it to him. Troubles with the winner's curse interaction.
You know Parivision gonna do on the map.
We expect BB, and I think they're a really strong team.
They decided to just take it anyway. Big McAllister trying to play into their triangle. Arrow does land on the sharpshooting up. Hoodwink. Oh, what a call from Miro.
The job is not done yet. We are so ready for this grand finals to come your way. BB Team and Parivision have taken the stage and they are ready to kick it off. They're ready to kick the draft off. Before we get into the action, let's talk strategy. As we know, Seb, that both of these teams have talked strategy since they locked in their grand final spot.
I can't focus, I'm too hyped. I'm too hyped for this. I can't talk strategy, Shiva, right now. I can only talk about emotions and chills and whatnot. Puppy just entered the stage, the crowd is roaring. I mean, you know, you can feel it in the air, basically. It's building up. Strategy, obviously, it's going to be like absolutely crucial. You know, we heard it from the man, Noah himself. It's like they know each other's really well.
Yeah.
And it's gonna come down to who can, like, essentially overperform, who can play even better than usual.
Yeah, I mean, for these two teams, I do think it's going to be very draft dependent, but I do want to talk about their history playing each other a little bit because Parivision seem to have always had BB Team's number. In 2025, they've taken most of the series they've played against them, and in 2026, I think BB Team took one series off of them during one Dream League, but it's been very Parivision favored. So I do think they have a very strong understanding in Parivision on how to tackle BB Team and the way they play Dota.
To me, it's like I'm always so biased towards grand finals because I feel like it's a full reset in a sense. I feel like we've seen it so many times. I guess I've seen too much Dota at this point. It's like I've seen it happen so many times where like you think it applies and then it's a grand finals and then it's its own meta, basically its own season essentially. The season is starting now and it's gonna end in a few hours, you know, whether it's in 3 maps, 4 or 5, we'll have to see. But I wouldn't take anything like for granted. I think, you know, everything is gonna have to be earned. Like it will really come down to what happens within this series. The draft will also be very telling. We might see adjustments like from the very get-go where it's also best of 5. It allows for a little bit more freedom in what you want to do. If there's something you thought you could beat, but in a single elim bracket you didn't dare to, now is the time. And, you know, people like Poppy, exactly, like the man on the screen here is like, we've had that conversation with him actually earlier for a content piece, and he's like, throughout my career, one of the biggest trap I fell into was beat it. You know, you're telling me that I can't beat Londred? I'm pretty sure I can. I have a pretty precise idea on how to beat Londred, or you name it, you know, Treant, any hero we might see today. And he's like, yeah, I became wise, you know, I've learned to ban it, but it's a best of 5. I'm sure his demons are gonna appear again, and he's gonna be like, you know what, we're gonna beat it today.
Yeah, it's no time to save strats for anything. This is the time where it all comes out. And important to note also for both of these teams, yes, they did take a title each this year, but neither was involving a crowd. And I think, I mean, we can feel it. We get goosebumps, and we're not the focus of all this energy. All this energy is focused, Effie, on the stage, so they will feel it even more so.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be an electrifying feeling for the players. No one has some super fans in this crowd when he walked up.
Yeah, for sure.
During that ceremony, they were screaming so loud, and he seemed to be beaming because of that. And when you take that kind of encouragement and support, I imagine it just buffs you so.
100%, and especially with players that are that talented and that experienced, like they have learned how to master that craft and how to really use that energy and channel it towards their own performance, to enhance it, and even also towards their opposition, because BB team, they're gonna feel that too. Like I think it's always tough. It's already tough enough having to play versus a player or a team, but having to play versus a player and, you know, all his fans or supporters, that's even tougher.
We are in the draft for game 1 of this best of 5. We got BB team on the Radiant side, Dire side for Parivision, and a couple of bans already in. And a couple usual suspects already out as well. A hero that I'm going to keep my eyes on. I'm sure 9class would like to play Keeper of the Light on his birthday. It's the hero that I'm going to be keeping a close eye on.
These are big heroes to go through, like to get through the first ban phase. Like you named Keeper of the Light. There's also Treant that hasn't been banned yet. There's a suspicious Necrophos ban, so Poppy's cooking something there, because we haven't seen Necro being first phase ban usually. So this is something that, you know, they're setting something up for, you know, I don't think it was related to Wyvern, so it's like a plan they have for the second phase, and he's kind of getting rid of this already. It's pretty common to do this nowadays because there's only so many bans you have in the second phase of the ban, and usually these like second stage bans, they have to address what has been first picked by the opposing team. So you could, if you plan the draft ahead, which both teams did, by the way, they spent hours preparing for this and these openers, they might have realized, okay, if we want to pick that hero later down the road, Necro is a problem. I'm just going to get rid of it now.
Yeah, which is a cool thing, because you say they spent hours, and I don't doubt that. But we are going into bonus time for BB team for their first pick, and that means that in their prep, Effie, this was not a scenario that they prepped for.
Yeah, I think they were just deciding from the picks left in the pool whether they were going to take Treant or Darkseer potentially. And I bring up Darkseer because I think it's a very key hero for Parivision in enabling their Earth Spirit. Their Earth Spirit is a very important hero for them because they played from no one on that mid and from 9class on that position 4, but he's half of the equation. Without the Darkseer, they rarely go for the Earth Spirit.
We see the Treant Protector, I guess one of the best heroes this tournament. I mean, we kind of knew going into it that it would be highly contested. It was. It also was very successful, you know, considering the fact that this hero is either first pick or first ban. So I think when a hero stands above 50% win rate, even though it's being first pick and therefore counter-picked throughout the entire draft, it means it's very good.
Yeah, it says a lot about the hero because a lot of the popular heroes that have been overly contested, including the Drow Ranger that we see in the first phase of bans, is sitting at a 44% win rate. So it's important to not overreact just based on what's popular, and it seems like both of these two teams will not be doing that. When I see Train Protector, I think about Dispels. Like, they're probably looking towards Largo or Enchantress or something along those lines.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Largo versus Treant. It looked very good. It looked very successful. So we'll have to see if this is something they want to set up. I'm still looking for the plan to kind of be revealed by Parivision. Like, what was the Necrophos ban about, and is there something they're eyeing towards that, you know, they're yet to show. The Wind Ranger, that's a pretty classic ban, I think, against BB at this point. It's been used many times by Kiritich with a lot of success. Great pairing with the Treant, obviously a very toxic lane to go to. I don't think many laners can actually enter that lane. Yeah, and we're pretty standard for now. Both teams are going to have to start revealing their cards, basically with the following picks.
To theory craft on that Necrophos ban you're talking about, no one has been playing a lot of early picks within the draft on heroes like Ember Spirit and Earth Spirit. And while BB team have not played Necrophos yet, it could be something that they talked about, that we don't care if we get Huskard, we don't care if we get Snipered, but we do have an issue dealing with Necrophos in particular.
That could very well be the answer. I think, like, some teams have shown that one of the answers to these popular spirits, like you named them, like Earth Spirit, Ember, probably the best two, and they've been super dominant this tournament, was Necro. So that clears the path for no one. Obviously, he has a very important role in that team, not only, you know, psychologically, I guess, as a mentor, but in game, he makes a lot of stuff happens around the map, and I think the more favorable of a matchup they can give him on his heroes, the better it will be for their tempo.
I see a scary combo in the pool for
yes.
BB. I see Beastmaster is available and they have the Keeper of the Light.
And BB is the cuddle Beast team. They were the one introducing back, I guess, the combo to the tournament with great success, and they've also been blind picking it. It's like they're so confident in their ability to execute this lane that they don't really care what they lane against. So it would be a great pick. It would be a great pick for them. A little bit of insider information. I mean, they can't hear me, so I can just go ahead and reveal it. You know, had the chance to play a couple pubs this morning, run into GPK a couple times, and I had he was playing Cuddle mid, and he was just destroying game after game with it. It could be, I'm just thinking, maybe it's open. Like, they knew the hero's going to be contested by both teams, and it is a menace sometimes. Like, there are games where you forget that this hero can be core, and it can be really hard to stop. They decide to steal the Beast. That is pretty cool. It's a very good lane with Dark Willow. I think it's one of the better heroes against Treant on the lane, at least. I think you know, it can be a little bit rougher in the mid game, but one of note is the specialty, so I'm sure he's comfortable no matter what.
Yeah, it's quite a good steal. What I like about this steal is that it makes sense within the context of their draft as well, because it will play against the Tree Protector, cut all of the trees on the lane, and just simplify that stage of the game.
Yeah.
Instead of just like, oh, let's take this away, we don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, and it's just a good pick, right? Like, it synergizes really well with their heroes. It's a hero they're very comfortable playing anyway, so it's not gonna hurt them. Sometimes you see like steal picks. It makes sense, but you're like, but is this really what you would have went for if it wasn't for that? If the answer is no to that question, you probably should not go ahead and do it. But Klinks, that's a classic answer to the Beastmaster. Like, extremely good lane for Klinks, because Beast can basically not play with summons. Like, Klinks will just dark pack them, and they just give too much XP at this point. This is something the Beast cannot afford. So BB team, they already secured themselves like a very favorable safe lane. But with that being said, we've seen Beastmasters like focus on stacking and clearing that. So no team is really in trouble. Very solid drafts on both ends so far.
Yeah, and the Slardar comes out, so we get that flex potential still open. It's overall last pick for BB, so they have the chance to change it up.
It's a great pick for them because it's an anti-melee hero in the sense that we were talking about no one's hero pool, right? With a lot of these Embers and Pangos and Earth Spirits coming out, Slardar is a hero you can comfortably park against those situations. And if you get counterpicked, you just give it to Nero, and it's going to be a hero that heavily enables their Klinks pick.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Like, it makes it much worse it feels bad right now to pick Ember or Earthspit for no one, and he was definitely looking at these heroes, because if you look at supposedly the support duo on Bedboom, on like this Cuddle, they don't have any disables, right? They don't have stuns, they can't really close the gap, so all these spirits would thrive in this game. So now you have to ask yourself, do you still want to play Ember? It's a free Ember game, but you might run into a Slaughter, and the lane is going to be tough, or you just go away from it. So very smart Slaughter pick. I feel like, yeah, he proceeded with it anyway, and he will just tank the matchup. It's his call. At the end of the day, it's like, how confident are you in your ability to play from behind for the first 5 minutes of the game? And the answer for no one is very confident. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, this just brings to mind the game that Parivision had yesterday versus Yandex, where they picked no one's Ember and they got Slardard, and he still cooked. Honestly, he cooked very hard, and he's one of those players that can withstand difficult matchups and make it look winning. Like, to me, the Slardar looked kind of underwhelming, but it could have been just specific to that game, because I do think he's a good solution.
It looks like a good Ember game to me. It's like, I feel like, I mean, we'll see what the last pick is, but if this Slaughter fails to shut down the Ember 1 versus 1, if it is the mid matchup, it is quite worrisome, if you ask me, because like this Ember is gonna reign supreme. Like the tempo that can be brought from Parivision, it is intense. Like you think of an Ember running around with this Winter Wyvern, like even if they get a good angle on him and they start stunning him, he will get saved by Wyvern. This Beast with the Dom too, they can, you know, accelerate the game, and they can play 4+1 essentially, which is something that this team enjoys doing. You know, leave Satanic on his island, let him farm up and connect when he feels ready to basically go for objectives or just win the game.
Yeah. Just looking at this Ember, there is nothing for this Flame Guard as well. Like, Slardar cannot remove it. If Ember were to roam on one of the side lanes, Keeper early game will not be able to remove it, and neither will the Treant Protector. So it just feels like these rotations are gonna hit.
There's a lot of weight on the last pick on the EB team, the way I see it. Like, luckily for them, they have the ultimate last pick, so they'll be able to see 5 heroes, and I'm sure they're gonna make, you know, nice use of it. But I would agree that there are angles in the draft that aren't covered, and they really need to tackle that.
For the carry pick for Parivision, some kind of gap close would be nice, because you do have a ranged carry and range support in Winter Wyvern. This is when you can start looking at things like Kez and Tiny that are banned out, and they do go for the PL. When you play against Clinks, you have to make sure you can get on top of him, and with this Phantom Rush build, it'll be perfect.
I mean, Necro is out. It's one of the best answers to PL in this patch. Like, a lot of anti-PL heroes are out. I'm thinking there's still Darts here, which has been, you know, a very important pick for everyone, really. All the successful teams, I guess, in this tournament. Pretty good versus Wyvern, pretty good versus PL, very good with Slaughter. It might give them a little bit of the, you know, the magic damage that they missed. They go for the Timber. That's also a pretty good pick, actually, in this game. Very interesting pick. The lane is very good, I believe, versus PL. It should be. And Timber Coddle, like, Coddle is a great enabler of Timber. Obviously, the cooldown reduction on the spells, the ability to stack and to clear stacks really early on. Miero has to carry the game with this Timber, I have to say. Like, this has to be like a position 1 Timber kind of game.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Timber can do a lot, but if he doesn't snowball, I can see the game getting out of hand very quickly. What Timber does add to this draft as well is magic damage, because between this Slardar plus Clinks, they're heavily physical, and that's easy to play when there's an Ember, you know? Like, he's just gonna Flame Guard and cook. But with the Timber Saw, suddenly he's threatened a little bit more.
Yes.
But I do worry about later on in the game, because you kind of have a means to kill this Timber anyway with the Dark Willow Bedlam plus any kind of disable from either Ember or Beast. Like, it's not a free Timber game by any means.
No, it isn't. This Timber needs to have a very good laning phase and to get ahead and to stay ahead. And then, but Timber has the ability to carry this game, I would say. Like, if this Timber gets out of control, he will take over the game. So I think they really utilized well the last pick, because again, like, there were holes in their draft that I think are covered now. Now it comes down to how well can you execute.
Are there any holes from the other side? Are there any problems that BV is throwing Parivision's way that Parivision hasn't properly solved yet themselves?
I mean, I think the Treant Protector is always going to be an X factor, because with that living armor and no dispel against it in the early game, it can clutch some engagements, clutch some trades. We talked about Slardar versus Ember being important. Put the armor on that Slardar and suddenly that lane becomes even more difficult.
Yeah, if you think, I mean, if you put some distance now with our train of thoughts and we look at just the lanes, I feel like BB team, they have secured themselves what they really enjoy the most, which is having dominant lanes. Like they're running Treant lanes versus a Beast lane. That's super favorable for them. They're running a Slaughter versus Ember mid, which again should go in Slaughter's favor. Obviously, it is no one playing Ember, but still it is GPK playing Slaughter. And I feel like a Timber Call lane cannot go wrong. It's like you're just gonna, either you're winning the lane or you're just damage controlling by clicking your spells off cooldown and playing for stacks. So they could just run away with that good of an early game that, you know, they're just unstoppable.
So for Parivision, it is very important to make sure they don't bleed too much in those first like 10-ish minutes.
Every wave is going to matter because we've seen what BB team can do with an early lane advantage.
We have seen that. It is not pretty for the receiving team, that is for sure. Sounds like we got a great game ahead of us. Of course, it's only game one of a best of 5. I'm sure both teams will look for changes going into game 2, but what those changes will be, we'll have to find out which team needs to adjust more. It is time for game 1 with Gap and SVG.
It's time for the grand finals. And we're here with BB Team versus Parivision. We've already got some early scouting from Katomi, as he's going to be playing the Treant Protector, getting some early information against Parivision, and who is going to get that first blood, Avery?
A lot on the line in this game 1. We've seen how much pressure can exist. As these series go later and later, you want to get off to a good start here. You want to start to gain momentum, and particularly between these two teams in terms of the strategy, the drafting, that's where this game 1 matters a lot. You're trying to force some of your strong heroes early on in this series, and if they falter, then you start to question them. Maybe they're not as strong as we thought. Maybe they're not going to propel us to this series win. This is where you can strike first, gain that edge, and say, hey, like our idea of the meta right now is just flat out better. What are you going to do about it? So I always think this game 1 in the series defines a lot in terms of what we're going to see over the long run. And I like what Seb talked about. He said, you know, grand finals always have a meta of their own. And you have to respect that. You can't lean too much into your knowledge of the tournament as a whole. You have to kind of feel the flow of the series. What's actually working, what's not, what is particular about the matchup between these two teams and how you feel in the game. And that's where these two coaches have to listen to their players, respect what they're viewing from an outside perspective, and make it all come together as you progress through potentially 5 games here.
And I feel like, I mean, is there a player matchup that you feel like is really emblematic of these two teams matching against each other?
I view the mid lane. If you look at no one, this guy, he is the ever had in Dota 2 over such a long time period, and once more he will rise to the grandest of stages where the lights are brightest to try and claim his first world championship that he's never been able to get. And on the flip side, you have GPK. This is a modern mid, all right? This is not your old school archetype. This is a guy who's redefining what the mid lane looks like in the last 5 years in particular, and he has had one of the biggest prime performances, especially in that last TI, in terms of what does a mechanical mid look like. Kataomi, he will snatch the first blood here. The Treant might be slow, but he's off to a fast start here.
And a late Shadow Realm from 9 class, a rare mistake there from the young 4 position of Parivision. So a good start for BB Team. I like that you pointed out the mid laners. I mean, especially since BB Team have always been a squad that I feel like is made up more of individual skill than a full team. All right, everybody points to this roster. Oh man, they've got some of the best players in every single one of their positions, and I think that's continued every single one of their rosters this year.
Sure.
It's continued to do so despite the change up of carries, right? The pickup of Kiritich, I think, was the biggest question mark, and he has certainly proven that he deserves to be on this grand final stage.
I think he's really brought this team together. Like, they have a lot more identity as a 5-man unit. It's not all about the individual plays. That, of course, is still there. You still have GPK as the KDA leader for this event, and Save is number 3. So, like, these two guys are the standout players for me in the squad. They always will be. If they're feeling their heroes popping off in a series, you always have a chance to win, but it has to be the team coming together, because Parivision, they're the highest KDA team of the event. Like, these guys are crushing it as a 5-man squad. Their strategies are on point. They understand their win conditions, and that is what strikes me the most. Can you stop Parivision getting to that 30-35 minute high ground where the game just ends?
Yeah, they just rolled over so many teams in that area. It feels like the game is like maybe slightly favored their way, and then they just blow the whole thing wide open.
Can't afford to give up some of those big core kills around that 25-30 minute Roshan, where Parivision just run away with it. I think one thing for BB is they are a very strong laning team. And that is something that Parivision have exploited against some of their, not necessarily weaker opponents, but weaker laning opponents.
Yeah.
When you gain that early edge, it's a lot easier to find those mid-game Roshans and just go high ground early. You're not going to find that edge against BB. Like, we just do not see this team lose lanes. You can draw. You can go even. You can eke out some minor victories, but you're not going to beat GPK mid in almost any matchup. You're not going to crush Kirtich on the safe lane. And as we're seeing here, you gave Miro last pick, so he's pretty cruising up here in a very good Timber game with Chalker Magic to back him up. You can potentially get stacks. You can potentially play more aggressive with the infinite mana pool. This is a hard laning setup for Parivision to gain any advantage in a game one.
Hey, do you feel like this is a lane that they should win pretty heavily? Is this a matchup that you're looking at? This Timber Saw is going to win this lane, maybe even kill the Phantom Lancer early on?
Over the long run, for sure.
Okay.
There's just not a lot of room for any sort of pushback. Like, Wyvern is terrible against Timber too. This is one of Wyvern's worst matchups in Dota. Your Embrace is useless. Your ult is useless. You do slow burn damage that Timber doesn't really care about. He buys Lotuses. He can buy Dispels. Like, it's a miserable matchup here for the Wyvern, so we have to look for Ducalis to find impact elsewhere in this game. He does have the advantage of playing against two physical heroes in the Slaughter and the Clinks. So if he can find a way to use Embrace against those two, get some nice calls like we've seen him early in this tournament, I have some faith that this first pick Wyvern will have impact in this game, but the last pick Timber is not the point of attack for him. And that's another reason this lane should go well for Miro. Just not a lot you can do to kick the Timber out of here.
And in which case, we already have the Slardar mid matchup against an Ember Spirit, where he is favored. GPK may be favored as a laner against no one as well. So that's going to go the way of BB team. And then you've got Clinks versus Beastmaster, which is a favored matchup for BB team as well. So it feels like this is going to be a game one where BB team walk away with potentially a 3-lane victory.
PL's doing the best of everybody here, which is a good sign for them, as you do want this hero to get to his timings as quickly as possible. But you're right, it's going to be a BB team lane victory in this game one, and I think that could be a trend for the series. However, I don't know if Parivision mind. Again, I think they're playing for the mid game. They're playing for when this 5-man lineup comes together, and it's the team fighting that is the scariest thing about this squad. As long as someone has a good start, you can always play around that hero. Just has to be one of the 2 or the 3 here. Make space for the Phantom Lancer, you're going to be cruising.
BB team just cannot seem to get this top lane pulled back in any fashion. Ducalis has easy camp open. He's blocking away the hard camp, though. They do manage to get this pull now.
They have a couple stacks brewing, too. So they haven't been able to get the pull, but you're getting stacks on that triangle. Neither of those camps got blocked out early. You're looking at the early invasion from Parivision. If the Ember were having an absolutely free Ember game, that's where it would come from. But no one, he's getting pushed off mid. GPK is doing his job in this matchup. Took a commanding lead. No one just forced to jungle very early here. Gonna have to play from behind.
This is something that we saw in the semifinals, but it didn't go as well. The Ember Spirit was still able to get through the laning phase pretty well against the Slardar, and then ultimately became the monster that we've seen the entire tournament along. I mean, you pointed to Ember Spirit as being the hero of the tournament, and well, we'll see if it's the hero of this grand finals, or if this is where it's going to finally falter. Katomi sneaking around from behind. Bonk's 9 class. They have the crush to slow him down even further. And a bash is going to do a lot. Not quite enough, though. The Cold Embrace will bail out 9 class for now. DeCall slowing down these heroes underneath the tower. BB team have brought so many heroes, though, that Parivision are only able to get really a 2 versus 3. After already losing the Wyvern, no one comes in, but they can't really do anything. There's going to be a lot of damage on the mid tower. And whew, look how low Satanic got from the pressure the Timber saw. So he might have gotten the early laning phase. He's still walking away with the best CS, but the pressure is mounting up from that Timber saw.
Beautiful execution of your lane advantage. You go to the highest pressure lane where the Ember's the most susceptible, still not level 6 for no one, not a hero that Parivision want to fight around. And you have 2 side laners that also have some good matchups here. So when you leave them in the vacuum, they're going to take advantage of it. They're going to kick the other 2 cores off the lane. You're putting a lot of pressure on the map, Katome. I don't know if you're winning this battle.
Nice try.
He'll look for it. He'll pay the price. Nice little pickup for Noticed as he pushes towards that helm. They're on the board. Still worried about this top lane, though. Satanic, he's salving up. This is investment in regen just to try and get a little extra experience up here, but you can't stand against this Timber. And there's just no way.
You can just kill out this creep wave and make it so the Siege Wagon finally dies. It'll be a lot happier. Doppelgangers away. Miro starts tanking the aggro, and this is a tower that's going to, I mean, likely just die unless Parivision moves some supports over here.
No, you don't want to come up to this lane. Nobody wants to fight this Timber this early on. I think your best item is going to be the Vessel against him, but because the Ember's so far behind, that's going to be the most delayed here. His Timbersaw is going to be a problem in this game. He has Chakra Magic backup. He has Living Armor backup. He's not on his own. You can have the Slardar going beside him and kind of make space.
Katomi spotted again, trying to block out some camps, but Parivision, they're already losing some map control, so they've got to make sure at least their triangle remains unblocked.
GPK doing so much work in this lane that just set the early game up beautifully here. We saw this Ember Slardar matchup in some of the other series, and it did not go this poorly. So little lane execution making a big difference.
Take the stack and reblock it. The
nice.
team are going to take their own stacks and their own triangle right now.
That is juicy right there.
Which is what no one was hoping to interrupt with the Ember Spirit. We've seen these Ember Spirits just be able to play in enemy triangles and interrupt stacks so many times. And
steal 3 small gold.
All right, he got 29 gold away from them.
Hey, everything counts then.
And similar game plans apparently from the 5 positions. Ducalis comes over and blocks that medium camp.
This is the real damage. Like this, it's not just you're getting so many stacks here, it's the efficiency about it, right? It happens very quickly. It doesn't cost you anything because you have Chakra Magic. Just such a nice injection. And what's happening besides that? You're still just getting beat off of the mid lane.
GPK hits the bash right as he comes out of the cold embrace there. Does a little extra damage.
Very strong start. You're gonna smoke GPK at the end of this. That's that same smoke that was used for the Ancients, by the way. So even more efficiency coming out from that play.
Got him on the solar bind. Ducalis can fly, but he can't go far. He's gonna be stuck in the cold embrace. We'll just delay his death a few seconds.
Maybe they get the treat mid. This would be a little something for no one. As a blood grenade.
GPK is gonna hit the crush on no one. No one tries to finish him off with the slight. The blood grenade did miss.
Yeah, that's some extra gold thrown away.
Katomi lives.
I feel like that TP from GPK was just saying like, no, I'm not going to give you anything in this game.
Yeah.
I don't care if that TP is good for me, but I know it's bad for you.
Look at this rotation. Notice and Kiritich both pushing in for the 10-minute power rune here. Save is kind of stuck in the river, but with GPK pushing these heroes back through the mid lane, now they're going to turn around, roar on him. Here comes the blast, though, to try and heal up GPK with the crush landing on a lot of heroes. It's just all not enough. Timber with a big hit. The Timber Chain and the Whirling Death doing some big damage. Takes 1 and 2. Kiritich is still fighting alongside this Miro. Yeah, they're going to keep it going. He started backing away, but I think Kiritich is making the call. Bro, where are you going? We can win this fight.
I love 10 heroes in the mid lane at 10 minutes. This is your average European pub right here.
That's right.
As the tempo picks up, nobody wants to give that power. That is the importance of these runes in this game and the importance of winning that clash. It's just an escalation, right? If you're going to bring some hero, then we have to bring one more. And if we bring one more, then we have to bring our carry into the fight. It's only the PL that doesn't want to join that exchange, which very reasonable. I think if PL joined that, everybody would have been confused.
Bring a knife, I bring a gun. Both teams ended up bringing a bazooka to the mid lane. And the clash does result in BB team having a decent lead off this laning phase, 3,000. Yeah, a lot of bounties. Ooh.
You really have to be careful of how much the Timber gets in some of these cleanup situations because he is the raid boss here. At least until the PL is ready to join and have his own presence.
And what is BB team's plan here for this Phantom Lancer? Is this a game? Is this the kind of hero in their lineup? Are they able to hunt down this Phantom Lancer, or are they just going to be playing to kind of win the 5 versus 4? Hope they keep the rest of Parivision down enough.
I think you're looking to punish the rest of the squad. Miro getting chased off here.
Yeah, he's the one kind of getting punished here. Does have Lotus in the pool, not going to go for it. Timber Chain's far enough away. It's going to be fine, but it does say something that the Timbersaw gets pushed out of lane like that.
Oh, for sure. Space for this Phantom Lancer to gain some map control, force the Timber back into the fountain. Map presence will pick up from Kiritich the second that Deso's online. He's not a player who is likely to AFK when you have this sort of lead early on. You can join any of the fights, collect some of those Deso charges. You're going to feel great about it, especially with this tree scouting so much territory. Kataomi has just been an invading force in this early game.
Yeah, we've seen his play style. He doesn't really care if he lives or dies as long as he's getting good information, breaking smokes. It's kind of one of those supports that is just always going to be on the enemy side of the map.
I like this lane pull. One, you're dodging that Slardar in the mid lane, but two, you're kind of soft scouting the stacks.
Sure.
Like, while you have this haste rune, while you have that get out of jail free card, There's no way no one dies on the map right now, so you may as well get as aggressive as possible with your farming pattern, give as much information to the team. This is a kind of a cheeky smoke to bypass that.
This is a tough kill to
Very
land.
tough kill.
They're going to lead off with the crush. Doppelganger's going to be the danger here. If he gets far enough away, they have him on the Chakram. They managed to get the real solar bind on the real Phantom Lancer, but he's already underneath the tier 2. It's not worth.
Way too hard to bring him down. Unless you have overgrowth on the follow-up, you just don't have the stuns for the Phantom Lancer this game.
Right.
I would almost like to see them have gone into triangle. Again, ignore PLs, shut down the other heroes, because I think you have more reliable ways to take them down.
So the first reveal of the Blink Dagger for GPK doesn't really amount to much here. No one's going to try and continue to draw attention around this mid lane. It is freeing up our side laners quite a bit. Overgrowth. And let's see if they chain all the stuns here well enough. Well, Bash and Crush is not good enough, and no one's now going to get away with the haste runes. This is exactly what he wants. Drawing heroes to the mid lane, away from his Phantom Lancer, away from his Beastmaster.
Power of the haste rune in that situation. He knows his limits. Very few early game stuns on this BB squad, and that's something they're going to have to recognize. You can maybe end up in a situation where you get like a cheeky double crush with Chakra Magic going into GBK at the right time, but that's about it. Wonder if we'll see some sort of early disable come out. Like sometimes you could go Atos on the Timber for an extra stun here. I don't think any of these heroes really want to buy an early Orchid. Otherwise, your options are pretty limited in this lineup. Maybe Save will buy something cheeky. Sometimes we see him rush some crazy item on the Coddle to help with your lockdown situation. But otherwise, you have to understand these smoke plays are not going to be that efficient. You're going to have to just look for extra farm, take areas away, and kind of put Parivision in a spot where they feel pressured to fight into you. There's a Wisdom Shrine taken away by the Wyvern.
Nicely done by Decalis.
Super big pickup for him. He needs some extra levels on this hero.
I would say another option for Disable, right, would be Orchid Clinks. We've seen some of these Clinks build that item, but because he's matched up against Phantom Lancer, he kind of just needs the raw damage output. You have to go Deso, you have to go Shard, and then from there, it feels like you just always have to build more damage in order to threaten him in all his solutions.
Yeah, I don't want to see the Orchid on in this game. I think it's a way too risky of a pickup. Maybe you get 1 or 2 connections on the Ember, but how much does that change the game?
Yeah.
Like, it's not your job as Clinks to shut down this Ember right now. It's your job to kind of deal with some of the beast pressure and assassinate the back line. Maybe the Orchid give you some value against the supports. That could be in a consideration, but I doubt we'll see it here.
Agreed. Well, he's kept the Beastmaster from taking the tower. Another jump here from GPK. But again, a lack of disables. No one is pretty unconcerned about this whole thing.
This is more the Ember Slaughter matchup. Like, GPK did a really good job early, but I do feel this is pretty Ember favored as we go into the mid game. The chain's controlling you.
Trying to land the Bramble. Now threatening the Terrorize, trying to catch up to the Bedlam. Blinding Light pushes back 9 class, limiting the damage. And Save is going to live for now. With Miro showing up, everyone's going to back away. Miro's going to try and run him down. Kiritage joining in here.
Once a Deso hit.
Got to get those charges where you can. Night Class gets bursted down nice and quick. Kiritage is scouting out. They make a jump there from GPK. Satanic.
They're going to bite the bait.
It's going to bite. They're going to go for the illusion. He's now duking his way. He made his way out with the TP. He's good.
Nice jukes, nice space created as the mid lane push coming through from the Beastmaster. Going to force a response out from BB. They're going to bring the Timbersaw in to defend.
And it's classic Parivision. We're seeing them just kind of move you around the map. You unsuccessfully are chasing heroes. Towers are being hit on the other side of the map as a result.
Hunting no one with the Clinks, but again, this isn't a threat. I don't think he dies here.
I mean, it's a very small window. He has the Bash ready to go. Is it going to be enough? It's close, but he got off the Sleight of Fist and into the Remnant. Again, BB team trying so hard to kill an Ember Spirit who just will not die.
You have to be able to find these pickoffs against Parivision, or they're going to outfarm you right now. Lead has not grown since that end of the early game at 10 minutes. In fact, it's gone Parivision's way. It's PL sucking more out of the map right now. The Beast is getting the lanes in without dying. And in some ways, that's the guy you would have liked to have hunt the most here, is the Beastmaster. Take him off the map, invade their triangle, take away the ancient space, play around the tree and scouting.
Yeah, we never saw deep smoke plays into the right, the corner camps there so much. They didn't play for the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine, for example.
I thought that was going to be the point of attack because you had this Clinks against the Beast who took the early tier 1 tower. You can kind of get in there. He can help you do it. You have living armor to back you up. It would have been a nice area to get into. I just never saw it happen, which means you have to go back to some stacking, some efficiency of your own, and make sure this Timber Saw keeps getting fat alongside the Clinks here. That's going to be your real scaling power against the PL in particular. It is a good matchup for the Timber. You're in the top 5 here statistically, so it's got to count for something.
Yeah, how good do you think this Timber Saw is now that he no longer has, you know, the double chakram, his Ags? Is that a suitable replacement against Phantom Lancer? Is that actually any good versus that hero?
You're a damage threat over the long run in a team fight, but you're not a hero that controls him. And I don't know, personally, I feel like whenever I play against PL, I at least want one hero that can lock him down and set up some of your other damage sources. Otherwise, it just feels like he's running through the fight. And yeah, the Timber's going to put some damage into him, but he's not killing him that fast. He's not controlling him. You're not a threat to the Timber. So in that sense, Miro has free reign in the fight as well, and you can kind of play around him on the front line.
So stuns are just always going to be a problem, it sounds like. It's a problem early, and it's going to be a problem for the rest of the game.
Might prompt early hexes here.
Yeah.
Maybe if they, you know, like that 30-40 minute hex that can set a lot more up in the team fight, we could see that come out from the Timber.
Coddle is a great hero.
Yeah, Coddle as well.
Rush aside the Vice. Sentry is going to
That's who they want.
But they do manage to get the jump of the Beastmaster, finally getting a kill on the Beast and some Deso charges.
That is how you want these smokes to land. Like, biggest target on the map, easiest target to kill, don't need as much control. And you can just translate that into a quick objective here. 30 seconds off the map for the Beast, that's enough to do Roshan with this heavy physical lineup.
And they can also then do Tormentor in 50 seconds as well. So,
oh yeah,
pretty well positioned. These are going to be very efficient plays off of the physical damage minus armor.
And I think this is how you want to play against Phantom Lancer. I don't think you want to have your whole game revolve around the hero. He's going to be in your head. But you just want to play Dota. Like, you want to take objectives, you want to accelerate the game, you want to punish his team. And yeah, there's this guy somewhere farming jungle. But it's not the end-all be-all. Like, no hero 1v5s in the modern age of Dota 2.
Well, Satanic is going to put that claim to the test. No one, once again, just right next to tier 2s, tier 3s, knowing that, I mean, even if they could kill him, probably not even worth making your way that far back on the map. And that has gotten an Ags Phantom Lancer. So PL is the first step to kind of being online. Manta is like a farming item, but the Ags actually gives you something to work with.
Very nice item against the Clinks, a lot of extra damage in the fight. There's the Tormentor, shard to the tree, pretty nice here. Some extra map control with those eyes. And you're still defending this tier 1 mid.
Yeah, it feels really good.
So some decent map control and some decent net worth advantage for BB to play with. Let's see what they can do with it during this Aegis period. Who they choose to hunt, who they can successfully hunt. Those are two very different things.
BB team has definitely done a better job of utilizing this Treant Protector than some of the other teams we've seen, right? Keeping their tier 1 towers, every single one of them up over 20 minutes against a Beastmaster in particular.
Yeah, even going to defend this bottom tier 1 against the creeps. Take some more gold for themselves, plus 250. Kill that Catapult, keeps all your tier 1s alive, and that's another reason no one's just doing this back lane cutting. Like, if you have these tier 1 towers up, you have to accumulate some map pressure somehow. This is pretty nice for the team, abusing his invincibility. Will you run out of damage, though? There's a nice timing for BB where they're going to have a lot of sustain. Living Armor, Coddle Blast, Timber regen already has a Lotus online. The Clinks can be pretty tanky. That's a lot of HP to get through.
Come back again. What is the game plan here if you're Katomi? You're going to bonk him, overgrowth him, maybe a crush, then a bash, and then that's the last of your disables.
You can sap some XP.
That is true. Maybe they can at least kick him.
They're going to try.
Hit him with the overgrowth. Get the bash to chain it. Now the crush. That was really well played. GPK with holding on to the bash hit just for that extra bit of timer to allow the Timber Saw to get there in time. They actually put it together this time.
And you know what? He dies because he also didn't have Yules off the Courier. The Courier got sniped by Kiritich earlier, so he's missing a lot of extra net worth.
Yeah.
Don't know if it bails him out there, but they probably made the play like he has no Dispel in this situation. The Treant can set up. He's not just going to be able to Yules himself out of it instantly. Very nice read. Perfect execution.
No one was also part of the reason he was playing there. He had Illusion Rune in the bottle, right? Which is a free Dispel against Overgrowth, but it timed out right before Treant Protector makes that play. Probably part of the reason Katomi made the call there.
Well, the Illusions are still cutting the wave, so I guess he's alive even in death. Gets a Flag Bearer creep, and maybe one more here. Gold efficiency right there.
All right, start cutting into that dire side map. But you've got some nice defensive wards already laid out here. Though one of these is going to expire soon, but they've got another one to try and protect Satanic and the farming at the top part of the map.
Eyeing up no one again. Still doesn't have that Yules off that courier. Almost gets crushed.
They're going to get some nice eyes in the forest down too. So this Vision game, it's going to be pretty brutal for Parivision to play against this early on.
They're doing a nice job getting the wave cut going though. Like even this 9-class move up here is really annoying. Even if you kill him off of this, you don't feel great doing it. It's just delaying your push top. This tier 2, it's going to get glyphed, in fact.
And he sees the chase coming his way. The TP gets out before GPK hits the crush.
Perfectly timed. That lets the Ember go into mid. It lets the Beast creeps push in bottom. This forces TPs down to the bottom of the map, out of BB. Not what they wanted for their starter to have to deal with this. And maybe you can look for a fight here. Your PL is still really farmed in this game. 300 last hits, no deaths.
And they just got the Blink Dagger on Dakalos, so if you, in your haste to try and like run down these heroes on the side of Parivision, clump up too much, the punish is now available. Feel bad for GPK. He's just kind of wandering around looking for heroes, kind of blind smoking into areas, hoping he gets something. He actually might, not even off the smoke. Gets the stun onto no one. Of course, no one ready to jump to his remnant, but there is, Yule Scepter. They already had a sentry laid out. Get some extra vision on a Kiritich here.
Still is Aegis.
It's an Aegis, so this is not really a P-Vision play whatsoever. 9class gets himself maybe killed though. Miro looks to run him down, got the invisibility, and now he's gonna try and juke it, but there's Say, blasts him down with a blinding light.
That does a lot more damage than it used to.
That is true, yeah.
BKB arriving for GPK down on that bottom gives you the confidence to go in there. There's the BKB for the Timber, so you're hitting a really nice timing here on the second half of this Aegis. You can still pressure some towers. You have to assume that Parivision are going to dodge you for most of this game.
Yep.
Until there's an important enough objective where you can force the fight. And that's going to be your moment to group up and strike. But until then, take advantage of the fact that they're dodging you on the map. Get greedy, cut some lanes of your own, make some quick two-man play to kick people out of areas, but don't overcommit the whole squad.
If you're a BB team, let's say you go through, Parivision successfully dodges you. You pick up a Roshan, you get the second Aegis. Are you going high ground with this Aegis? If you never find that pickoff, that is the obvious, okay, we can go high ground with this. Are you willing to go for a high ground push early on in a 5v5?
I think so. I think you can put the Clinks up there, let him siege it with the long attack range. He has living armor, you have Coddle, sustain.
Right.
Like, you're not going to be able to outspam him too easily here unless you bring the PL back and he starts hitting him, in which case you can take that fight if you're tanking up.
They don't have any like scary repositioning tools or
No.
anything like that.
It's as good as it gets, honestly, in most games.
Nice pickup though. Got no one again, this time just between the Timbersaw and the Slardar.
Died in a crush bash duration. That's brutal for him. That changes a lot in terms of how aggressive he's going to be trying to cut these waves and get on BB side of the map, which, by the way, you look at the vision, they've lost all vision on that side. So there's just not a lot to play off of here. You run up a ramp, you run into two heroes.
The amount of damage.
That is what the Timbersaw gives you. Whew, kills anybody in Dota.
Yeah, and Flame Guard is no defense against those two heroes, so. Kiritich immediately taking advantage of this. A nice push through the bottom lane by himself. He can take the tier 2, but with the Siege Wagon, it's made just that little bit faster.
BB is really good at translating these kills into further objectives, further map control, or aggressive farming. Like, you never see them get a kill and run to their side of the map.
Right.
And these little things that add up over the course of a game, over the course of a series, that build that gold lead. That Ember kill turned into 3K net worth advantage. Just like that. You also got a lot of Parivision back into their base, and that's even more valuable. Lets you set up the next move here, get better vision out. Again, look at where the wards are on this for Dire on this map. There's two in the top river. You see nothing else, and you're playing against a Treant who's scouting. With eyes in the forest, early shard off the Tormentor.
Yep.
There's a lot of information advantage for BB right now in this game.
Well, at this rate, it's going to become a Satanic 1v5 kind of game. Because he is the only one out on the map getting farmed. He is still keeping neck and neck with the Clinks, but they are 8,000 net worth behind.
I will say, if you're going to pick a hero to 1v5 in this meta, PL's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Like, this hero can do it if it's the right setup. If he can start on, like, one of these supports or the Clinks With the charge in, a lot of illusion spawn, you start dealing damage. The fight becomes a lot more chaotic. That information doesn't count for as much on the side of BB. And you have to make a quick call. Are we trying to bail out of this PL situation, or do we take the fight into him?
Right. Daedalus done. I mean, this birdie barrage is going to hurt.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of burst damage. You have Gunpowder Gauntlet on top of it. If Kiritich gets on the back line, I feel like the fight is almost over, no matter how strong the PL is. Yeah, there's a lot of Cloak of Flames in this game.
I just kind of want to see the damage test of him firing into a Satanic Horde.
A lot of greedies, too.
How much could he actually, how much damage is he going to do the real PL?
I think it's going to be underwhelming. That's my gut read here. It sounds good on paper, and then when you fire it, they're not all going to land. You might not hit the right part of the clump. Satanic has a decent amount of armor here, too, you know. Let's not ignore
he's got the armor,
carry.
and if he's able to start the fight the right kind of way, he could just doppelganger.
And they gave him the gem. I think that also tells you they're feeling in this game of like, who is able to get out on the map and be survivable right now, clear some of these eyes, clear some of the wards. It's the Phantom Lancer. Yep. It's not the Ember anymore. This is normally a situation you would want to give the Ember the gem.
You hate to see that. 2 cores sitting inside the Roshan pit, just begging, please, please spawn. It's not going to happen. And in fact, you're going to have to wait a long time. It's going to be a late Roshan spawn, and it's going to be on the other side of the map. BB team are not going to be happy with that.
Opening for Parivision. There's an amp damage up there as well. Alive for another minute or so.
Spot 9 class. And surprise him. Whew. A crit of 666 damage for the skeleton.
Good thing he didn't have the gem.
That's true.
Just going to try and get the Beast, BKB, and the Ember Ags, and that's going to be your next window to teamfight here alongside potential Butterfly for the Phantom Lancer. That would be huge.
Yeah, Ember Ags has been a game changer in every single Ember game that we've watched at this tournament.
Your ability to assassinate supports on the backline goes up by such a large degree, it kind of just changes the whole setup of the fight. I will say, though, these 2 supports, they got a lot of extra farm from the early objective taking. They're pretty fat. Not easy supports to burst down.
Yeah, no doubt. And we'll see what they go luxury item-wise. So we've already got some of the utility, Glimmer, Force Staff from Save, and the Tree Protector, rocking the Essence Distiller. He's going to get a Blink Dagger next. I'm still curious, like, Save, he's got a Yule Scepter queued up. But I do wonder when, like, it's inevitable, right? At some point, he's probably going to go with Scythe of Ice. It's just how early does he think it's necessary?
I think it's where he kind of has to choose. A lot of times when he goes this early Yules, he does consider just committing to the Wind Waker pretty fast.
Yep.
I think this is a game where it looks pretty juicy against the single Beast Roar, which is the only real stun you're worried about here.
Yep. And not really having that good of a nullifier hero.
For sure.
Side of Parivision, right? None of these heroes really want to build it. They probably will have to.
But you're not going Timber Ags. You're not upping the value of a nullifier here for the Beastmaster or
That's a good point.
The PL. I would like the Wind Waker rush from the Coddle. I think it looks pretty juicy. They're going to give the Aegis to Kiritich, level 20, and they're going to look for the fight bottom.
A blind Blink Crush there from GPK. He knows that their hero's somewhere down here, just wasn't sure exactly where. Wisps on the initiation, and all of Parivision will scatter. Some teleport back, others will continue farming these neutrals and take the farm away from the Radiant side as much as possible.
Yeah, Roche cost you some net worthly. That's how efficiently this PL is farming the map right now. Highest net worth in the game.
Oh, and the same's going to probably apply to this Tormentor play, especially to Callis. What a play this would be.
Really hard to make something happen here. We'll see what he can do.
He's going to get somebody. Oh, the curse right as the Timber stuff.
Unlucky.
Timber chained away from the Clinks.
The thing is you have to go because you're going to die to Tormentor there.
Yes, exactly right.
Shard will also go to the Timber here for a nice little flamethrower. Nice spell in this game.
Some extra chip damage on these towers.
Yes.
Well, it's 11-3. We haven't had much action here, but BB team is about to force the clash. They're up 7,000 net worth. Not an overwhelming advantage, but they do have this very intense firepower on buildings. These buildings are dropped fast. Satanic is going to try and put this Clinks to the test. And yeah, that Burning Barrage, it was not impressive at all against the Phantom Lancer. It's going to be up to the Timbersaw to try and deal with him. Satanic in deep, and can he get out? No, Doppelganger trying to Manta dodge with the Solar Bind. The hits are coming in from the Clinks. He needs a couple more shots. The Doppelganger went off, and Satanic lives.
That's huge. You can reset, heal, come back into this fight right now. BB, they need to make a call if they want to linger around.
They've only got a few more seconds till Satanic can join the fight again, and they just take the one building and out. So a tier 3, a ranged barracks, and they call it quit, a reset here now.
There were a lot of things that were close to swinging that fight one way or the other. You had the all-in attempt on the Slardar when GPK went in with the BKB. You get roared and you're getting focused down, but he barely lives. The Ember commits not enough to finish him off going into the overgrowth. Then you had this battle between the PL and the Clinks, which is always going to be super PL favored. But we saw at the end, if you can kind of isolate him in some weird situation, get some hits in, you have the single target burst to bring him down. No question about it.
Miro's got a heart almost finished up.
Oh, he's massive.
Yeah, he's just going to exist on this front line.
I don't know what you do to him in this game. He's going to be the hardest target for Parivision to interact with.
Yeah, Phantom Lancer doesn't really interact with him because you're just maxing out his reactive armor stacks. He's going to have so much armor there. Ember's not doing enough magic damage early on. Spirit Vessel was an answer, but we saw that Ember was too far behind. Timber was too far ahead.
You just don't want to go on Miro in this game. It's not going to end well for you. There's going to be a blinding light. There's going to be an overgrowth.
So they got to kill everybody else, and that's where they see save with the wrap
That's a good opening.
A really quick execution. Now Satanic hunting for more, going after the Slardar, but he's going to be terrorized up, very heavily controlled. Miro's trying to help him out where he can. He does manage to get 9 class. Now the run down on Kiritich, and they can't get away from Satanic. Kiritich in some trouble, trying to death pack, heal his way up. He turns around, knows there's no escape. He goes after Notice. It's not nearly enough damage. And now it's just Miro, left alone against 3 different cores. Exactly the way that if you're Parivision, you drew it up. Ignore Miro, kill everyone else.
A perfect team fight from them. The PL gets to stick on all the targets he wants to. You get a gem out of that as well. And swift damage coming out from Satanic here. This is the Phantom Lancer problem. This is the Timbersaw matchup in a nutshell. Like, you're just stuck trying to chase him and deal damage. But with this Axe, he's a lot more mobile than he used to be. He can get on the targets and deal the burst damage a lot faster. I mean, look at how fast he cleans up GPK here. Like, you get feared and you're just gone. Even got the BKB off, doesn't matter. And now you're just instantly onto the Clinks. No way Kiritich can stand his ground here. Has no shot of fighting back. What's Miro supposed to do? I mean, he's just trying to land as many spells as he can, but this is where I go to. You needed a game plan for this Phantom Lancer over the long run. To me, it has to be Hex control, like a bunch of Wind Wakers, some ability to save your backline when he gets there. But there's got to be something, because otherwise he does reign supreme in these fights. I don't think the Timbersaw can output enough damage fast enough to counterplay it. He's still not going Hex.
Yeah. What do you think about, I mean, it's a long ways away here, but level 25 Slardar, how much does that change things? If you can Blink Crush, you hit the Phantom Lancer, it's no longer dispellable.
It's big for sure, as talent always changes the game.
But then, like, who follows up that damage? Right? Like, because Clinks has shown that it's not even close. He can't stand his ground at all. Burning Barrage doesn't do nearly enough damage to clear out these illusions, let alone the hero itself.
I think it will come down to which team starts the fight in the way they want, right? Which team gets onto the back line faster.
GPK almost executing 9 class, tries to finish him off there, managed to get the blink away after the Shadow Realm into the trees. He found him, but he didn't have the bash.
A nice escape for him. BKB down for the Slardar. Some more space created as the lead just cannot grow in this game.
Yeah. A slight change, even a momentary pause there, lets them snag the haste rune away from Miro.
Parivision feeling a lot more comfortable now after that last fight. They're like, all right, yeah, this PL, he's going to do some work in this game. We just need to play around him, assassinate supports, and Satanic will have enough space in the fight to clean everybody up.
All right, I'm gonna try and find more solutions to Phantom Lancer. Clinks has Searing Arrows multi-shot. With Burning Army?
He does have it. I don't disagree with that. I don't think it's gonna change the matchup.
Exist.
You keep trying, Austin. You keep trying.
Okay, well. We've almost got an Octarine and level 25 for Miro. Shiva's done for no one, which just makes him all the more slippery. Because again, they don't have the most disables, and those limited disables, they have to pump a lot of physical damage into Ember Spirit. Him having the 17+ armor item, it's going to do wonders for him. You can see Parivision are just saying, all right, BB team, you have to end the game on us. We won that fight. Didn't actually take any objectives really off of it. They still have this mid-tier 1 tower up at 37 minutes.
I will say you kind of are hitting Satanic's prime right here. He's going to fill this last gem slot with something big, probably the Bloodthorn, just to maximize his damage output. And then I do think you want to start to take control of this game. If it goes to 60 minutes plus, PL can sometimes run into issues just because everybody gets so tanky and they have low cooldowns. Like you're playing against a bunch of hard Octarine heroes, and there's Wind Wakers and Hexes, and the game can get really weird for you.
Okay, is this a real concern, or is this, 60 minutes games get weird concern? Like, do you actually think they wouldn't be favored late game?
I think it is a soft concern, you know?
Okay.
It's like in the back of your mind. You're not
Okay,
going to
so you
overthink
still think
it.
they're favored in the late game, but... Miro gets his Timber Chain talent. Hey, we're just back to farming. And that farm is not really going any direction one way or the other. We're just stuck at a very minimal 4,000 net worth lead for BB team. They're going to wait for another Roshan, another opportunity to hit high ground. And with that Aegis,
Divine?
Kiritich might just buy into a Divine.
He's thinking about it.
I'm tempted to agree with him there.
I'm down. Especially if you get the next Roshan, just buy the Divine and send it. See what happens. You got tanky frontliners. You've got a bunch of sustain. I think it's the right item for that situation if you find yourself there to just try and end the game.
Once again, BB team's preference. They're on this dire side corner here with control of the outpost, but Roshan, it's going to be a little bit longer one. And once again, it's going to be on the Radiant side. Kiritich is actually going to try and backdoor. With the Burning Army laid out, Glyph is going to be forced. That was a nice move.
Definitely don't want to have to come back to deal with skeletons here. It's kind of a waste of time for everybody on the side of Parivision.
Yeah, this could be a window to work with. They get this next Roshan. If they push pretty quickly, then that Glyph will still be on cooldown.
They've had some really unlucky Roche spawns.
Yeah, the longer Roshes are definitely not for them.
Rough out here. Did hit 25 on the Timber. That's also a nice talent to try and help him keep up with the peel, because he's not dying as Phantom Lancer. Yeah. It would take a lot of stun committal. They do have Nullifier on notice. They did end up going for it, just kind of preemptively countering anything, making sure that this Roar gives you the full control you need from it. And who you decide to Roar, it's kind of a big deal.
Get that Bloodthorn on Satanic. It's such a massive upgrade.
Oh yeah, biggest damage item for sure in this game.
You combine that with your level 25 with the Doppelganger, just it feels like it's always up. No, worse than it used to be. Didn't it used to be, it went down to like a 4-second cooldown?
With the talent? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was 4 or 5.
Now it only goes down to 6 seconds. But
Phantom Lancer players crying everywhere about their 6-second Doppel. What a shame. Smoke through mid lane. They are ready to just push it straight up. Baiting Satanic on the front line has not died this game. I'll tell you, when you're in these Phantom Lancer games and he hasn't died, that's just sitting in the back of your mind. You're like, oh no. Please let me find him once. They're going to try and get the...
on Miro. And they don't really have much saves here. They've got the overgrowth. That's the best they have. The curse stops him from Timber chaining away. Can they commit, though, with the bounce back of the Lotus? It kills the Winter Wyvern. And Katomi's going to die as well. So it's going to be support for support here.
Sick overgrowth to bail him out. He's dead 100% there.
Yeah.
You can't free some space to get the BKB off. Remove that Orchid slash Bloodthorn damage. It's going to be a big item to think about in this game. You don't want to let Satanic get in there, Bloodthorn you, and have that Soul Rend pop. It's going to be a huge burst.
It's going to be very important that Miro, or rather Sade, can play around Miro to, you know, be there for that exact play.
He went for the second Lotus Orb over the Hex, so recognizing you need to be able to bail your heroes out of this single target initiation. Then we can play the rest of the fight. Trying to force the Roshan a little bit. They're going to poke the Timber. Don't want to commit to him without Roar or that Winner's Curse. Missing too many ults right now to force the fight straight up.
No one checking inside the pit. And Kiritich has made the call. He wants to push out this bottom lane. He does not want to take the straight 5-on-5 around this Roshan pit. Doesn't want to risk it. If he can force heroes down to this bottom lane, which is already naturally going to push in thanks to creeps. He just has to deal with the Helmet Dom.
He's going to show, though, and the smoke is coming through from Parivision. This gives you a green light to start the fight. You know the Clinks isn't there. Even if he's going to wrap bottom, the fight is more important.
I told him he's going to be the one to break the smoke here. They try and find him. They do manage to get him off the dust. He has a buyback to work with. The Clinks is not backing up. I thought he was going to show it immediately come back. Miro goes in. He does get roared immediately here. Loda's going to help him out. On the left-hand side, you've got GPK battling a Satanic. And say battling, he's retreating. He's trying to get away from this Phantom Lancer as best he can, but it's too tough. He turns around, crushes. The Illusions are still chasing after him. The Hero's still chasing after him all the way into the Tier 3, and they got him. Meanwhile, the Clinks is already cleaned up the melee. Barracks is now going for the Tier 3 in the mid lane. It's a full-out split push from Kiritich, who's now going to BKB TP out. After forcing teleports, he is away.
Can
Back
they get
over
something?
that mid lane. Winner's Curse laid down to Miro. T'Chaka laid out, almost catching no one. Still has his Solar Bind on him. He's so far away, but the Timber Chain is just as far. Hit T'Chaka, he goes down.
Perfect Timber Chain. That was the only tree there.
A massive pickup, and Miro has now put himself pretty deep here against his Phantom Lancer. It's scary. The Bloodthorn goes out. BKB plus the Lotus.
Might have to TP here.
Timber Chain is up. He makes his long jump away. Save has to disappear. Doesn't want to get spotted by the Phantom Lancer, who can always run you down. They pop the
Clinks is back.
Yeah, Clinks is back, and they're start putting damage on Satanic. Gets
much
to a bad
evasion.
health. He does manage to doppelganger away. A bit of a reset. Miro goes in once again, pops his Lotus, but now the Bloodthorn is
Big overgrowth.
Big overgrowth. Locking out these heroes though. Miro doing lots of damage.
They froze him.
But they got the damage. He managed to Bloodthorn him. The Lotus Sword bounced back the Bloodthorn and ends up killing him. Satanic, now that he's down, an opening presents itself. BB team, if they could get potentially a dieback here on no one who's
He's out of remnants.
He doesn't have any remnants. 8 more seconds. There's no way to juke this. Miro's just an absolute monster, and he's taking them all down one by one.
Triple kill for the big raid boss in this game. It was going to be a question of who dies first, the Phantom Lancer or the Timber, because that is what these fights are coming down to. And boy, that Timber, he had a lot more help with the Lotusaurs behind him. They paid off big time in this game. Absolutely correct item decision call from Save. I mean, he bailed him out like 2 or 3 times there. The overgrowths were huge as well. This is where the focus matters a lot. You need to understand who you're playing through in these fights and who you're saving the utility for. BB, they understood it in this game. It's about this last pick Timbersaw. It's about keeping Miro alive, and he will win you the long fight eventually. Did he overstep here?
Forward to overstep. Once again, his team bails him out. The Winner's Curse, though.
He's
locking
healing
them together so they can kind of play off of this one. Of course, Ducalis dies to that bounce back, just like he did in the Roshan fight.
It's another lane of racks, though, from some of the Clinks damage, getting the glyph out earlier. PBR they're just outplaying him here in these late game team fights.
And there's still a Rosh to be taken. He's going to buy out the accent on Kiritich. Grab this Rosh, grab this Aegis, and there is still the thought of the Divine Rapier.
Honestly, the pressure Kiritich put on Parivision in this entire sequence was beautiful, because this Clink's just entering the fight straight up against the Lancer. It doesn't feel great, but you got him to TP back, you put some pressure on the buildings, and this overgrowth was huge. Satanic could not get out of it. Then he got embraced, as you're kind of saying, like, oh, are you going to be able to get out of that? Are you not? And then the reflection with the Lotus Orb. It all came together here.
I mean, what a call. Kiritich, like, he made that call, like, 2 minutes before that fight happened,
yes.
Right? They were having a standoff around Roshan. He said, I'm going to push out bottom. And then you said it, right? He showed BB team's going to do something, and I thought, oh, Clinks is going to teleport back to the outpost.
That's what I thought. He just committed.
And he just committed. He sent it down that bottom lane, said, I'm going to take your buildings. You have to come back. Created the opening BB team needed. Now they're up 19,000 net worth. 1 lane of barracks left to Mega Creeps. They're just going to send it down this top lane. Looks like instead of a Divine, it's going to be a Nullifier for Kiritich.
Wants to put more pressure on the back line here. Get through that Ghost Scepter Wyvern, potentially.
Level 25 for the Beastmaster is picked up alongside a Nullifier that he's rocking. Does he go the Wild Axe's cooldown for the spam while you're sitting on the high ground?
Yeah, he takes it.
It's the choice.
It's a lot of damage, too, over a long fight. These fights are going pretty long. You got to get through these tanky boys. There's a lot of HP to slowly grind your way through in this game.
Satanic gonna go back for a defusal. These long fights, I don't really blame him here. It would be nice to just burn out some resources. Inhibitor.
That does cost him a buyback. He will not have it for this high ground.
Spotted the tree protector. An easy pickoff, perhaps. And it's hit the cheese. Got a Lotus on him. And Parivision don't want to overcommit, but the crunch in from GPK.
He's stuck,
hit 3, but he's stuck inside the gate. He's got to go all the way around. That just means he's going to be roared. Completely isolated. Miro to the rescue, trying to come in. They have to Winner's Curse him to hold back this Timber Saw. They go for the kill on GPK, who's still trying to get out. They finally give him the 4 staff he needs. Meanwhile, Miro's on the one on the front lines, and he's okay for now. And in fact, it's Chikalis and Notice who are both getting so low. Satanic has to go back to the fountain as well, and the buildings are open for the taking. Kiritich gonna claim Megas here. Parivision, they may be
call it,
but barely. They're just called. They don't even want to play this out any longer.
Did not have enough firepower in the tank. These heroes are just too tanky. 5,000 HP tree and stomping on your racks. I guess that's one way to end game 1. I thought they were going to have a lot more trouble as this PL got to his peak, but that's where I said this game keeps going later and later. Like, PL does not 1v5 in Dota anymore. No matter how good of a game it is, heroes become too tanky, they're too online. Those fights were razor-thin margins, though. If Miro dies on some of those all-in plays to the Phantom Lancer, he doesn't get Overgrowth, and he doesn't get a Lotus Orb, the fight is way different, and that game swings wildly. So that was an incredibly thin margin of execution for the BB team. I think you're very happy with the win. I think you're like, we played really well in that game, but I also think you come out of that game and be like, I don't know if we want to have that thin of a margin to decide those fights. You know, let's create a little more wiggle room in the draft here, because that PL pick definitely put the pressure on him, and he was cruising through some of those fights when it lined up for him. But damn, what a Timbersaw performance. We said he had to be the hero of this one. He ends this game 9-0-5, never died. The team backed him up beautifully.
Game so close so many times, but I mean, you said this all the time. In this tournament and previous tournaments, you talked about how it's so important when it comes to drafting and you're playing inside the game that you all understand what you're playing through. What are the key heroes that you're going to go
100%.
for? And it was this Timbersaw.
goes without saying, plus the Satanic last pick hero. So I think, you know, BB team, they're gonna want a repeat of last game where they need to get ahead essentially. I don't think they can afford to be even with Parivision.
Do you think they can play Kez last pick? They are taking a lot of time thinking about it here, but they need to carry with gap close, something to get on top of Draw Ranger.
It looks very good. Okay, they go for the Nakes instead. I think Kez would have been very nice too. The Nakes, I mean, I actually haven't seen this hero much, if I'm honest. Like, it's obviously very good against Earth Spirit and against Largo. They have now an Infest target for Centaur. That's a combo we haven't seen in a while, but devastating versus range carries. Like, Draw hates being jumped by any hero, so let alone two. So, but yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I haven't seen enough Nakes to know. It doesn't feel like this explosive last pick where you're like, wow, they're in trouble, you know? Yeah. But I could be mistaken about it.
I've seen it a couple of times in the survival stage, and I was picked versus Darkseer and Centaur, and it looked fine, but what it needed to succeed was a good carry matchup and a way to have that Infest Bomb. And the Infest Bomb does exist with the Centaur. The only issue that I would think about when it comes to Lifestealer is the Bane and the Fiend's Grip. That's a big issue for him, but you do have a Rubik covering this Bane threat, so that makes the Lifestealer look more viable to me.
I mean, even the Draw matchup, in a sense, if somehow Draw is allowed to reposition, whether it's Spike, whether it's Earth Spirit Kick, anything really, then the Nakes is pretty sad, because there's no such thing as staying alive versus Draw. There's also a bunch of silences, but I don't think Nakes really enjoys playing against. Like, there's the Earth Spirit silence, the Draw silence. And, you know, Nakes, I guess, is gonna buy Radiance. It's probably still the build, so you go for a damage over time approach versus Largo. It's like, I'm yet to be convinced about the Nakes pick. Obviously, Satanic, you know, absolute expert, knows exactly why he wants the Nakes, but I'm just gonna sit and learn why Nakes was the last pick in this case.
One step at a time. First 10 minutes, is BB gonna dominate the lanes like they did previous game?
I think Parivision have very nice lanes set up for themselves. Like, BB have this strong rotation and tempo after the laning stage with their Earth Spirit, but I think Invoker will do fine. I think the off lane of Centaur plus Rubik will also do fine. And the safe lane, I'm curious about it. I think Largo should out CS Lifestealer for like the first 4 levels, but after Lifestealer gets a couple of small items, he should be able to do okay on that lane.
Much more even than game 1 on the laning phase. It's gonna come down much more to execution and outplays essentially.
Cool. That means we got a good one coming our way. We wanted to see some adaptations after game 1, and we certainly got those. It is 1 game up right now for BB Vision. BB Vision? Wow. For BB team against Parivision in this best of 5 grand finals. Let's see if they can make it a 2-0 or if we're gonna tie the series as we're heading over to Cap and SVG.
No worries, Sheevers. We do have a bit of alphabet soup here between BB Team and Parivision. BB Team is already challenging the existing narrative. So many people that I talked to going into this game, I think the most common prediction was 3-1 Parivision. And BB Team, well, they've already got 1 win, and we'll see if they can double up on that and put themselves just 1 game away from taking the EWC Dota 2 finals.
These guys are on a warpath, man. They have not dropped a game in this playoff run yet. So an extremely consistent pace they are setting. They're kind of doing it with everything. They're looking good at multiple stages in the game. Their laning phase is very solid. Again, it's just, you're not going to run this team over in the laning phase, so you're always going to have to beat them in the team fights around the objectives, and that is where they impressed me most in that game 1. Like, those late game team fights could have got messy, could have got really chaotic. The PL always puts a lot of pressure on you to make very clutch decisions very quickly, and they were there. The Lotus Orbs were there, the Overgrowths were there, the decision making about how they were using the utility and who they were using it for was there. It all came together really nicely there, so that gives you a lot of confidence going deep into this series, saying like, hey, like, we can just outplay this team in the late game. This draft from Parivision, there's definitely a lot of scale here. Like, when you first pick Invoker, you're basically saying to your opponents, you're not going to win this late game. You're just not going to have more scale than us. If we want more scale than you, we're going to be able to get it in because we first picked Invoker, and that's life, and you're going to have to deal with that. And it's going to be a tall order for BB Team to deal with this no-one Invoker because he has Stampede, he has Cart, he has the Rubik to interrupt some of the grip or other control, turn it back against BB Squad, and then you have this Lifestealer to bail out other heroes with an Infest save, go and be a frontliner. Like, there's so much room for no one to play around in this game. And no surprise, because I think Puppy is very practiced at playing these Invoker lineups and understanding what the hero needs to succeed. Yeah, I think he definitely has it here.
GPK getting the early deny over the Invoker. We always see this, okay, the Invoker's gonna go for the range creep, he's gonna drop a Sunstrike on it, and the opposing side tries to stack it. Oh, Kiritich doesn't actually walk into the Sunstrike and will survive here. They actually did too good of a job body blocking him out and punishing him on that positioning. Katomi might still be able to nab the first blood, though, as it didn't go to the Drow Ranger, nor will it go to the Bane, at least not initially. He still is going to try and hunt for it. Managed to get the Nightmare, and that will be the death of him. First blood goes to Katomi.
Almost an unlucky body block. Like you dodge your own spell. Should have been a first blood there. We'll put some more pressure on Kiritich, try and force him off some of the CS, but the damage is done. First blood for the Bane. Katomi having himself a series so far.
Yeah, he really is.
Like, he was almost MVP in that game 1, because you have to be so on point with those overgrowth timings. The scouting he did early, he used the early shard well. He did a lot in that game, and here he is on one of the signature 5s of the tournament, in my opinion, this Bane. It's been a menace for a lot of teams to deal with. The pick-off pressure around the map is where this hero shines. You can start to find those big sleep or grip kills on targets that turn into objectives. Could look a lot like game 1, and you always have the nice counterplay for the Nakes here. Not a hero that Lifestealer likes to play into.
Talking about some of our other lanes, that bottom lane is kind of a weird one. Wind Ranger 4 position with a Largo 3 against a Lifestealer. Did you believe in this Lifestealer pickup when you saw it? Was that a hero that you were like, oh, they really got him?
I think so. I mean, maybe there's like some carry that theoretically can perform with some higher synergy with the Invoker or something. I'm not going to say it's the best Alacrity hero. It's not a hero that sets up Invoker spells, but it's pretty nice here against the Largo. It's great against the Earth Spirit. You have to try and throw the grip into him, and there are counterplays for that between the Rubik and the Centaur. It's going to be annoying on the front lines here. You're really going to have to play for your Drow scale to deal with Satanic in this situation, and that's the position you want to put the Drow in. Like, you don't want to relieve pressure from the hero. You want to put him in a spot where you have to truly scale and carry this late game. The hero can sometimes deliver, but you have Centaur to gap close. You have some Invoker with some long-range artillery. There's a little bit of counterplay in this, so I think Lifestealer can pose a big problem here for BB, and he's going to free farm almost no matter what.
This battle between the supports, it always comes down to maybe a Sunstrike kill. Not quite, but T'Challa still cleans it up. And he will at least make Save pay for blocking out his easy camp.
Not the first blood, but a nice little solo pickup for him, as both these 5s find a little action here. Both Sunstrikes missing. Unfortunate for no one. He wants the extra golden experience here, but what can you do?
You combine that with GPK having such a good laning phase here. 13 denies over this Invoker. He is
crushing it.
Running inexperience on the side of no one.
This guy is maybe the most underrated laner of all time. Like, I'm just going to say it. I feel like he's never in those discussions, but every single game, he is just owning the lane in any matchup. He is, even the lanes where it's a losing lane, he's overperforming. And the lanes he's supposed to win, he wins them. So you kind of have to just accept that. And that's what it's looking like in this series. And it's not the worst situation for no one. Especially when you first pick Invoker, you're kind of expecting to lose the lane anyway. So in that sense, you're almost saying, okay, whatever. Like, yeah, you can win the lane if you're GPK, but we first picked our mid hero. It's a greedy mid hero. If no one gets out of this with a decent start, we're very happy with that. And honestly, he's doing fairly well. Like, this is a lane GPK's winning, but I think in terms of your expected outcome for a first pick Invoker, you're very happy with this if you're no one.
Okay, sure. Not a hero that's expected to dominate the lanes.
No.
But it is interesting, the BB team. I feel like there was this narrative for the longest time, BB team, oh, they're such an incredibly lane-dominant team. You really have to make sure you get out of lanes against them. And I feel like that narrative kind of dialed down quite a bit over this last year and maybe even the year prior. And I think BB team became a more well-rounded team. But here in this finals, they're kind of back to some lane winning. Once again, top 3 CS in all 3 lanes. Multi-shot coming in. 9 class is going to die with the rotation of Save, surprising the top lane duo.
Nice little pickup for him. Recognize the wave was going in bottom for Miro, so you can leave this frog alone for a little bit with the equilibrium advantage and get some rotations going. You're going to try and cascade this in towards that mid lane. Look for the Invoker. This is what you want to do against this hero. To me, it's not as much about the lane matchup as trying to kill this hero 2 or 3 times before he gets to that first farming item.
But look at Parivision already set up for it, and they're going to get the punish here. Tossing back Kataomi. GBK
Magnetize already
really
there.
good magnetize though. Oh my god, he got level 6 right as they went for that play.
Perfect.
So even though Parivision was in a better spot closer to the tower, it's just the overwhelming advantage of having this ultimate.
No chance you're taking that fight with Magnetize already online. And maybe they just weren't expecting it. That's all those denies adding up. Right, you're kind of looking at your mid laner XP and thinking the other one's kind of close, but with 19 denies, he's a full level ahead. Beautiful rotation from BB, and that is exactly what you want to do to punish this first pick Invoker. Put some deaths on the board, slow down that Meteor Hammer. It slows down his entire game. Gets GPK off to a fast start and an amp damage.
The Force Spirit. He was trying to race to get the deny on that power room, but it does go to GPK. Of course, he's not a bottle hero, so this is not something, it's not a power room he's going to be able to hold for the Wisdom Shrine, but we may see some action still around those, especially Katomi getting in there already.
That's another one.
Sunstrikes are just not landing for no one.
Whew. He's got some stuns to set it up, but just some little jukes here. And yeah, you're right. No bottle for GPK. Kind of interesting. I've seen a lot of Earth Spirits offer that bottle. He decides to just go the Soul Ring route with some extra strength stats.
It makes sense, I think, in an Invoker matchup, right? He just maximizes stats, so he just gets a massive CS lead.
It's paid off here. We'll
Tornado setup, Meteor. GPK with a cold snap on him. He's slowed down. They need the land. The Sunstrike and GPK this time. No one. He set it up. He says, I know you're good enough, GPK, to make the read that I'm using my Sunstrike. I know you're going to dodge it. Reads him like a goddamn book.
That's veteranship right there. That's the next level play.
I mean, imagine you just look like the fool. GPK just walks straight back. No one. What a sick read.
Absolutely sick. I mean, that's kind of playing into like some respect. You know, I respect you're a good enough player to look at my mana while you're running away and recognize when it's coming out and play for the 50-50 on the juke. You're either throwing it down or you're throwing it up there, but you're definitely not throwing it where you expect him to run. Big pickup for him. He needed one of those to land. He's going to get another here, and suddenly...
Oh, beginning to cook now.
Oh, yeah. That's why you needed to kill this guy a couple times in the early game. There's too much setup in this game. He's always going to find some Sunstrike connections if you're not just going on him. Do have another Magnetize available.
Illusion will be denied, but GPK, okay, especially with Miro joining in, they have a chance to get 9 class. Bushwhack holds him back. Miro's still going to keep the chase up, though, giving these heroes the extra movement speed. And now they surround 9 class for the pickoff.
This Earth Spirit Largo combination is going to be really strong. You got to respect it in this game.
Nice read. They make the read that there was a high ground ward there as well. So, a bit of extra golden experience. To call this, you could set up Nightmare to a full power shot or shackle shot. Power shot to lead things off. They split up to make sure the Bushwhack doesn't land. The Sunstrike. Oh, what a shackle, though. Catching Satanic and Ducalis there. Katomi needs some help. GPK is going to roll in. Hits the Magnetize onto the Invoker. A TP away. Can they do the damage fast enough? Not with the Infest. The Infest bomb bails out the Invoker and allows him to complete the TP.
And your Magnetize disappears at the same time. So you might have to wait another 90 seconds if you're GPK to get something going here around this mid lane. Power the Lifestealer here. Can bail out some of these heroes and be a nuisance in the fight. Not an easy target to focus down. Gonna try and run down Noticed in the river. How did he end up here and with Kiritich chasing him? Very awkward situation for him as GPK gladly rolls in and cleans some of that up. This Drow is free farming.
Kiritich must have seen the opportunity, like Stampede got used. Okay, I can put pressure on the Centaur and results in some sort of awkward positioning.
He's pretty fat on this Drow.
Yeah. One of the scariest heroes of this patch.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I think it's been figured out a little bit, but still got to respect what this hero can do and how fast it can come online if it has a free game like this. Quick smoke. No Magnetize available, but looking to get some earn charges for GPK.
Look at this move. Satanic. Miro's kind of baited it out right now. Satanic doesn't get hit by the roll-in from GPK. Still got him on the silence. And then from the other side, Kiritich, who came through the gate, combos it with the Gust.
Perfect timing. That Shackle's not landing, so you need a little extra disable there. And right on time. The connections have been so fluid for BB in this series. They are nailing the timings. That's going to get a tier 1 tower, kick this Lifestealer out. Suddenly that free farming Satanic hero, he has to sit on the bench for a little bit as this Drow pulls ahead. TP the Earth Spirit into mid. He has Magnetize here. Not a guaranteed tower push.
No, not at all. Boulder Smash will clear out the creeps, a minimal amount of damage done to this tier 1.
I will say, Parivision have a lot more of the ghost shove we're used to kind of seeing from their lineups that they can play around this game between the Invoker, the Helm off of the Centaur, and the Lifestealer. If you're aware of like the grip cooldown and how far you can push lanes with the Rage TP.
Okay, yeah.
It could become a similar game to how we've seen them dominate the map in terms of like you're getting lanes and you find that one pick off and then you just chain it across the map. So you have to be a little wary here, BB, in terms of the Sunstrike threat, the Stampede threat, like some of these global abilities that can turn a simple bushwhack, a simple lift into a full out kill.
And especially since you've got 3 heroes on BB team that don't really want to deal with lanes and just kind of want to run after heroes, right? Earth Spirit, Wind Ranger.
Yes. And that's the biggest factor here, is like who's going to show on these waves as we go later and later in this game, and how do you do it safely? That's another reason you need these cores to be as fat as possible.
Right.
You need to get the HP totals up. You have some strength heroes that can sit on those waves and tank a lot of spells, assuming you can get the levels, some of those early items up online. And
feels like the most important one in that regard has got to be Miro, right? He's the one who's going to show the longest in these lanes, pushing outside.
That's what it feels like Meteor Hammer for him. I was thinking Vessel for the Earth Spirit, but GPK is actually just going Ogre Club, opting for a faster BKB. So he's choosing survivability over a little more early game aggression, which I think is fair. I think it's going to be hard to just force your way onto Parivision's side of the map. They have a lot of defensive options in this game.
Do you think it's is it the Invoker that's putting him in that position? Like, do you think he would go this build against any other hero?
I think it's maybe the lineup as a whole. Like, it's the Invoker plus 3 other stuns.
Okay.
If you don't have BKB and you roll in, you just get stunned by something, you're going to get chain stun, you're going to get burst down by no one's damage. So I think the Invoker is the biggest threat here for sure. BKB is your best option. I think it's also all the control he's worried about just rolling into.
They will have no disables to pierce through that until Lifestealer gets a bash. I suppose there's always the stolen Fiend's Grip, which is something Katomi's going to have to be careful with. Always kind of hard to play Bane against Rubik.
Some nice spells to steal in this game, that's for sure. These Earth Spirit spells are a lot better now than they used to be as well. Both the kick and the pull, especially the pull.
Yeah, if you get a shard, then you have Telekinesis save and Geomagnetic Grip save. We've seen some great plays with that. We've also seen some not so good ones. Thinking about that Rune Eaters game.
Okay, that was, that was a unique situation.
yeah.
Not throw them out of the bus. And you get the Dom creep. They're doing stacks right now. Another very efficient game from BB. They pretty much held the lead this entire series. That's what I want to say.
Yeah.
Looking to get that Largo nice and juicy, get those extra Croca Genius points up, and that's when this Earth Spirit Largo combo is going to shine. So much damage coming off of that. You will need Dispels, you will need BKBs in this game at some point. Maybe another reason you just go faster BKB here if you're GPK. Like, you have Largo boosting you up. So you need to make sure your team fight connects. Oh, a little off the mark.
That was a Sunstrike for sure.
Instant TP top, trying to roll in the Centaur in instant Stampede.
He's already out of here.
Yeah, that was going to be a tough connection.
And, I mean, because Parivision made that read, it's like instant. Mid tower's going to die off of that.
And Satanic just getting kicked out of here.
Yeah, that is annoying, especially since he's so close to his Radiance. Been delayed from that gank by the Drow Ranger and Earth Spirit from earlier.
A lot of space for the Invoker, though. Like, they did not manage to put any more pressure into no one here after that first early kill, so he just takes mid tower. He's cruising through these jungles. He's almost top network in this game. And gotta remember, this first pick Invoker. Like, you're super happy with this outcome.
Save, trying to juke the sharpshooter shot. The Sunstrike will be the death of him.
Another kill for no one while he's just jungling. Getting served on a platter right now, all these stuns.
Creeping closer and closer to that Drow Ranger net worth.
Game definitely slowed down for BB here. I thought they were going to be able to find a little more openings behind the Surf Spirit, playing through that mid lane, but they've kind of just been avoiding it. They just are afraid to go anywhere near this Invoker.
Gonna grab on Ducalis, not wasting any time. Fiend's grip dropped.
Stolen Rhapsody. Didn't get the grip steal, was a little out of range. And once more, you're just kind of huddling around mid. Are you going to go on no one or not?
Going after Miro, but he's a bit of a bait. Unfortunately, GPK rolls right past the two of them. Could have been a very good setup for Magnetize. Still going to drop that ultimate on 9 class here and try and run him down, but there's the Stampede combined with the Rubik's natural magic resistance. It's not the fastest kill to get. He keeps up and hit him with the Silencer, Geomagnetic Grip, and the Infest save. Once again, coming in at just the nick of time. Satanic's been pretty good with that one. Tornado sweeps on through. BB team not going to be caught by that one. Shackle goes out, but there's the rage from Satanic. Committing to the kill on Katomi. Nope, not so much. Not with the Drow Ranger here.
Oh, what
not
a
sure
kick.
about a kick back there from the Earth Spirit. Puts him in range. Kiritich helps finish him off alongside Sade to get that last hit. And Satanic, now 2 different deaths on him. He played up that first game with hardly a single, I think he had no deaths for what, like 40 minutes?
Yeah, it was only at the very end, basically, in that river fight. Here, 2 early ones and one of those at the hands of a swift kick. Beautiful positioning from GPK. Just sits on the backside. Pretty hard for him to have impact there with Magnetize on cooldown, but still finds a way to secure the big carry kill. And Kiritich joining that fight at the right time to dissuade them taking some sort of Radiance timing. Skirmish has another Sunstrike roll.
Oh, GPK gets him with the Geomagnetic Grip and kicks him away.
Doing a little bit of everything in this game.
He really is.
Medic from the mid lane.
And I love the way that BB Team's lineup has ways to cover each other like that. Nightmare set up on Ducalis while the Focus Fire is going to be on 9 class, who's trying to, with his win run himself out of danger here. Power shot connects. GPK. Here comes the Sunstrike though. And hit save! No one is the one to find the pick off. A high ground ward helps with that one. 9 class even making the steal of a brain sap as he walks away. Of course, that does reveal his high ground ward. Katomi quick to deward that.
This almost feels like some sort of Ag's Labyrinth game. You're just trying to dodge spells and find the raid boss between the Drow and the Lifestealer here. There's so many extra spells you have to think about in these engagements in terms of where's the limit you can push it to. You overcommit, they stampede and reset, you could be left dead in the water. If you overcommit on the side of Parivision, you get slept in the back or like licked or kicked in. There's a lot of repositioning, Drow waiting in the darkness. Very scary fights to just run headlong into.
Satanic, they're gonna roll onto him, but there's already backup here. So GPK, this is not good for him, and he doesn't have a roll back up with lower levels. Once you roll in, you don't really have a good way out.
No BKB yet. Doesn't have the innate survivability, especially if the lick gets used to bail someone else out.
Yeah, he's been kind of looking for kills and trying to make action happen, and unfortunately, he's not getting the last hit on many of the kills he's been a part of. His net worth is really tumbling down the chart here. He is 1,000 behind Miro, who is second to last in the core battle of net worth.
We'll probably have to find something with that BKB timing. 9 class trying to make something happen here.
Attempted Sunstrike, not gonna land. 9 class pays the price.
Solid pickup for save. They get a nice sleep mid, though the Forge Spirits will remove it. There's a lot to remove sleep in this game.
No doubt.
Not really a reliable spell. But you have a really farm Drow. I mean, that's been the story here for BB. They're just making space for Kiritich, who's had an absolutely free game. Almost 2,000 ahead of the next opponent. That's a concern. Like, he has a nice margin on this Lifestealer. It's not the easiest matchup for a Lifestealer. Need to be able to get on top of him and survive. There's an armlet pickup just for some extra bonus armor.
Yeah, I like that.
Have to imagine that this could be like an AC Lifestealer game. I think that's one of your better items in this matchup. But you also need a Dispel in this game for sure.
I'm just thinking about this fight. He gets the Hurricane Pike, right? You try and go with Drow Ranger, Hurricane Pike, bit of disengage. Geomagnetic Grip, bit of disengage. Catchy Leg, okay, there's another bit. Maybe even a little Nightmare dodge on something, a pullback, something like that, you know? There is a lot of small ways. There's not one of those like big hard saves, but there's a lot of ways to help this Drow Ranger create just a bit more distance against a Lifestealer Centaur that are looking to just run you over.
It might be a hard save in this game because the only way you're really dealing damage is you're keeping some hero on a spot. Like the Invoker damage is all AoE effectively. Like the Sunstrike has to land, the Meteor has to land, or they're in an ice path. Lifestealer needs to hit you. If you're just pulling heroes out of these spots, you're effectively resetting the damage.
Shot. It's going to set up the roll in from GPK. They use the Fiend's Grip to magnetize everything they got to kill this very high net worth hero.
It's a save.
But an infest save. And he gets away from the magnetize. GPK having a hard time keeping that going. He'll get it on 9 class at least. He needs something out of this BKB usage, and it'll be 2 support kills.
That's not bad for that first BKB, especially since, again, your Drow is just free-farming, pushing in mid. Level 16.5 for Kirtage. It's getting a little out of control here for this Drow Ranger. He is just eclipsing the Lifestealer.
He gets a butterfly.
It's going to be such a fast timing and great grip setup. It's going to be really hard to find some nice core grip connections. And that's what just starts off all this fight. And then, you bail your Invoker out, but this is not a fight you can take. The Magnetized and Earth Spirit on the front line is way too strong. It's all bailout here.
And a fight like that, this corner of the map, they just go through gate. Take the Tormentor.
Largo Dota right here. Group up, abuse the song. Will be a very nice encore Lotus Orb game for Miro. Already has the Lotus online, can quickly go into the Shard now.
GPK, after completing the BKB, will go back for the Spirit Vessel. Meanwhile, Parivision went for a bit of an excursion here. A Hoodwink, a Centaur, double stuns, a decent amount of burst. You combine the Sunstrike, it's a lot, but they do not see an opportunity for a fast and easy kill.
You can always Boots of Travel into the Centaur Dom creep, so there's potentially a lot of firepower behind a play like that. That shows you how much they respect some of the displacement spells, like Grip, Lick, can cover each other running up that hill. Unless you have a lot of information, it's kind of scary to be that deep on the map where you don't know where all these saves are. Well, let's see how well BB play around the Drow as they did in the Timber game 1, because this is a game where Kirtage is now your win condition. Similar to how that Timber was in game 1, you have to respect that he's going to need the utility. He needs the reposition. Like, you don't want to use your Lick and Grip early in the fight on some other bad target, have to bail somebody out, and then Parivision get a free initiation on your Drow with none of those saves available. Need to make sure that he is the priority in this game and that the fight flows through this Drow Ranger right now. Big smoke gank through this bottom lane. They're trying to find no one down here.
I'm almost surrounded. It's the Rubik in some trouble, gets gusted. Meanwhile, the Invoker went for the kill on save. So now he's just got to get out of here with the Stampede. Goes for a TP way on the other side, but the Frog Stomp stomps him. Now he's caught in the Fiend's Grip, and it's an opening Kirtage. He gets a double.
And the streak, 5x kill streak. Oh, yeah. 540 gold for this Drow. That's the last person you wanted a gold injection going into.
And he felt like the Invoker and Centaur were the bigger threat, so he did not go for the Butterfly, goes for the BKB, and it's almost done already. Get that with a level 18.
You're looking at Roche soon. And this is the pressure that you need to find on the map with the Invoker. Like, you can't just be entirely passive here. You want to be able to find pickoffs, pressure the lanes, start to threaten this tier 1 bottom so you can play the full map. Like, I think that's a fine play from no one. He just gets barely caught on the TP out. I'll also say it's been a very quiet game for the Centaur. This has been one of the offlaners of the tournament. He's gone for more of a utility route with early Blink Lotus. We saw how much Notice did in that Axe game with an early Blink, but he hasn't really been able to find a lot of aggressive openings here. The lane was tough. He's had to recover. He is farmed here off the Dom. But you'd like to see him get a little more involved here if you're Parivision. I think he's been one of your best playmakers this tournament.
It's funny you started that sentence. I thought you were going to say Satanic. I mean, it's been a fight game for both side laners, but...
He joined fights, though.
Yes, it made sense in game 1 where he was just kind of like, okay, Phantom Lancer, big hard carry.
I mean, what's the hero damage in this game right now for Parivision? Like, I feel like Centaur has to be the lowest. I don't think he's really done anything to an enemy hero other than some Stampede damage.
They go for the Roche. But what I was going to get to is Lifestealer in this matchup. Like, when do you feel like you're strongest?
The Manta's done. I think AC is where I am going to see this matchup pick up for him.
Okay.
But he can definitely fight with the Manta right now.
Tornado,
this is a Roche test.
Into the Roshan pit. Send some Forge Spirits down the line. Roshan is low enough that this is really awkward for BB team.
You have to just BKB and commit for it if you're Kirtage. Hope that you outclick them right here.
They got the Sunstrike inside, trying to lane the Bushwhack, but he popped the BKB in time. But they do
what a shackle!
The Bane from behind. What a shackle, though! Holding back these 2 cores while they multi-shot. It's going to take both these supports out of the pool, but he's got to get away from this Lifestealer, sticking on top of the Drow Ranger, looking to take the 1 life, and now go for the 2nd.
awkward position right now.
Lands on a Meteor. Oh, a little bit too early there from no one. Pops BKB does have a big Meteor landing on top of the Drow Ranger, pulling back with a Genji lick, trying to get the body blocks from Notice. With Light Stealer there, Pops Manta, makes a run, gets a force staff, and that's far enough away. He tried to land the Sunstrike, but
another shackle.
Another shackle. Save just keeps landing. Another 2-core shackle shot from him, and it's enough to get the Light Stealer kill.
Dude, how did he get out of there? That is ridiculous that the Drow just walks away.
Look at Satanic head in hands after 2 different crucial shackles. Keep the momentum going Parivision's way.
There are a lot of teams that are not going to pick Wind Ranger in the Grand Finals, let alone a support Wind Ranger. This is the one guy you give it to, and you have confidence he's going to land the shackles every single time. This is Save's hero. Like, he is the best support Wind Ranger in the world. It's not even close. And he shows you why in this fight. 2 double core shackles? Are you kidding me? What even is that?
Yeah, look how much free time Heritage got. They killed the 2 supports as a result of that.
Satanic's strong here. Like, he has Frost Armor on top of it, a little extra boost. He's doing some work.
Yep.
You have a nice setup on this Drow Ranger.
Oh man, the stomp, you got the tornado destroying the stomp. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, the tornado timing might have ended up being a little brief there.
Yeah, because he also missed the Meteor on the second life there, because he also went for a Meteor Hammer kill.
He missed the Sunstrike as well. Not the most efficient spellcasting there from no one. And you're just like, why do I have to play against this guy's Wind Ranger, please?
Satanic not happy with that one. It hasn't really blown up the game too much.
No.
Surprisingly, BB team only up 2K.
They did lose Aegis there too. So
yeah.
You kind of cleared through that objective. Your cores are still in a fine spot. I mean, maybe this game feels more frustrating than it's actually reflected in that scoreboard right now. Like, you're still in a fine spot with your Lifestealer. You get to AC, you can chase this Drow down. Like, he can't sit there and just man fight you. So it's all about positioning, how much you can stay on top of him, how much you can just get in there with all your cores so you can land some early stuns.
I do think this butterfly timing, though, for the Drow is going to be a hefty hit.
For sure. It's a big damage upgrade, big item in the matchup. You're not going to have the evasion pierce for a long time, if ever. And this is also when we're also approaching that 30-minute mark, which is where you want to see no one start to pick up some of those cheeky kills, like the Bane snipe there. He's a massive threat on his own and can really up the map pressure against, like we talked about, supports for BB that don't really want to sit and push a wave. They want to be kind of hunting at nighttime around the Bane night vision, trying to set kills up, being aggressive themselves. It's hard to do that when there's just this Ghost Walk Invoker running around the map, potentially infested, potentially with Stampede available.
And potentially with a free TP out. Look at his build-up. It's going to be a Linken's up next. So if he split pushes the map and you try and make some sort of play to him, if he BKBs and still has his Linken's to stop the Fiend's grip.
How much you're doing. I mean, this Linken's tells me they are expecting this game to go late. They want to be able to rat successfully, find the pickoffs, go into the late game. The heart's online for the Centaur. Everything points towards some heavy scale here for Parivision, and rightly so, because they're not ending this game anytime soon. We saw the Shadow Blade for Kiritich. He opts for that first before that butterfly. Gets a nice pick off with a top. And he took the Gust move speed here over the multi-shot damage.
I think it's actually
kind of
a great game for it.
Yeah, if there were ever a game for it, it's got to be one in it like this.
Yeah.
See if that talent pays off. And it is a heavy investment of a talent when you're losing out on that damage.
Now we just kind of settle into a mid-game that is very even. BB team are going to wait for their butterfly most likely before they make a move. Parivision, well, they may never make a move, or at least a team fight play. We're going to probably see them do a lot of ratting, a lot of attempt at pickoffs here. No one, thanks to this ward laid out, they're going to find him very isolated. No one is going to try and get here with a tornado, push through, stop some of that. No one does manage to get away with the Stampede initially. Blinks out. He's good to go. Now they're going to try and hunt down no one.
Nah, he's got Linken's BKB.
Yeah, he dodges that much. At some point, BKB makes a run for it, goes to the TP out.
You force it at least. But that is the beauty of this build. You can play aggressive, and when it comes to it, you just bail out of that situation. You're not losing anything here. And damn, that Centaur is tanky. He's going to be a tough target to bring down in this game, unless the Drow is just sitting there hitting him. But of course, in these situations, you're worried about what the other 2 cores are doing.
Yeah, he might have gone a Lotus early instead of maybe the faster Heart like we saw some of these other players do. But he still has kept his net worth up. In fact, he is way ahead of the Largo. 3,000 up on him, even 1,000 ahead of GPK.
Going to scale nicely here, and they're going to go for that triple armor item timing. Like, you have the Lotus on the Centaur, you're going to go Shivas on the Invoker, AC on the Lifestealer. That's going to be a big time to strike back, particularly going into this next Roche. If you can line it all up, take the fight into the Drow, that's a lot of extra bonus armor for Kiritich to try and get through in the fight. You limit his damage output. Things are looking a lot easier for you in terms of just sustaining in the middle of all that, because this Largo doesn't have Ags yet. His biggest impact is getting in there and getting the Encore Lotus off. Croca Genius on the Earth Spirit, yeah, that's nice too. But who's going to stand their ground against Invoker spells? You're going to have to trade BKBs for it, or I guess you go back to land some sick disables, right? If you get a good sleep grip / shackle, we saw 2 amazing shackles in that Roche fight. That can be a difference maker.
Or BB team just play to kite them as much as possible until these BKBs and rages go on cooldown.
It is an I'd say it's a decent option against the Lifestealer. Like, this hero is always kiteable in ultra late game. A lot harder against Invoker. It's really difficult to kite this hero. When he's so fast, he can get in there. He always has the longer range. He can kind of pick his opening.
There's the AC. BKB up next for Noticed. Kiritich is on the hunt. Silver Edge was about to expire, tries to catch 9 classes already away, only gets the Helmet Dom Creep.
I think BB need this next Roshan. They need an Aegis on this Drow to continue to exert some pressure on the objectives and progress this game. Otherwise, this is just turning into a, you know, rat the side lanes, continue to scale our Tricore, and our Tricore looks a little scarier right now. So what is the response?
And the funny thing is they do have the vision, they have the opportunities, but Parivision is just moving a bit too fast around the map. Maybe this smoke could land something.
This could line up really nicely if you find the Lifestealer down here. They read this move. Centaur TP in, counter smoke, infest bomb. Oh
they're
boy.
Gonna break him right in an awkward spot here. They do instant Fiend's Grip, stopping the Centaur initiation, but it's gonna cost Bane heavily. The Shackle lands onto the Centaur. They got the Magnetize going, but Lotus just easily takes that out of the equation, and they catch save on the retreat now. Miro pops BKB, goes to the TP out. GPK though, telekinesis, Sunstrike over the top, and that's 3 kills for Parivision. Read that perfectly. They just completely cut off the smoke move there, a BB team, and they didn't have their Drow Ranger anywhere close, so that fight starts in just a terribly awkward way.
You probably have to instantly bail there. The fact you can't get the Drow, the second you see multiple heroes on that smoke break, you're not going to win that fight without the Drow's damage.
And they don't know it, but it was like an instant Roche spot. Ooh. So there was actually a world where Parivision maybe could have just straight Roshan. They still maybe have the opportunity to do so, but right now they're going for as many objectives as possible.
Great bushwhack from Ducalis. Man, the 5s have really been showing up in this series with some clutch spell casting, as you got all the angles here. Support's down, easy chase down on these 2 big boys, and your only option is to Nightfall out of here. And end up getting Roche anyway. Just too far to run here with everybody off the respawn. So Alacrity Lifestealer getting the job done. Aegis for Satanic, he is fully online.
It's going to boost him to an MKB against the Drow and the Wind Ranger.
He's going to have MKB the second the Butterfly's done. This is Parivision's timing right now. They're absolutely happy to take any sort of fight. They have saves, they have long-range artillery, they have heroes that can chase you down. Gonna have to be some insanely clutch spell casting from BB to stem the bleeding here.
So close to that Butterfly. No. Rolling Boulder is gonna make even 9 class tough for BB team to catch. The Rat is working. Level 20s, you got catch you like charges, that adds a lot.
That is a very nice talent in this game when you're looking to reposition your Drow to get some extra dispels going in the fight.
And an extra 30% magnetized damage, though GPK, it's not been the easiest for him to keep that damage on heroes.
No.
You've got the Rage on Satanic, you've got a Lotus on the Centaur, so these two frontliners, they're taking it off right away.
Probably needs the 25 talent in this game to really make that spell shine here. And there's MKB for the Lifestealer. But as the Butterfly arrives for Kiritich, it's already countered, and you got to expect that Parivision are just going to instantly try and take a fight. You can go for the Infest Centaur initiation again, or you can hold it. They're going to go for the more aggressive route. That is a 6k HP Centaur. Again, you cannot throw spells unnoticed here. You're just losing the fight the more you throw on it. You have to find other targets.
Smoke to this high ground area, hoping to play some ward down and find some heroes, but of course they're spotted before that. They still manage to get the jump. It's on the Bane. BB team, Tornado connects onto 2.
Oh, beautiful Tornado.
Satanic's just boosting himself. They get a 4-staff up to the high ground though. So with this MKB, he was not able to kill Save, and he actually gets kited around pretty heavily there.
That was not looking too bad with the drought damage going into him. But you're able to walk it off. Stampede can bail you out. You got a BKB out of the Largo. You got the Bane buyback. Got a nice D ward. That's all map control. That's all net worth in the bank. Small victories here.
Not bad at all. Miro just not going the Aghanim Scepter at all. And I don't really blame them. The Scythe of Ice could do a lot in this game. So that's what he's opting for next.
It reduces his individual threat a lot, though.
Sure.
Like, Largo in the late game is not Largo without that Ags.
Well, were you ever going to be a threat against Lifestealer Centaur?
Yeah, probably not. You're a lot tankier.
Yeah.
It's about having, you know, the heals, the move speed, all of this good stuff in the fight for everybody else. You definitely want Ags at some point.
No one also going to go Scythe of Ice. We've got the MKB complete for the Lifestealer, and now it's a classic Abyssal Blade next up.
And the big hits just keep coming. Ags for Centaur too, so now you have the saves online. Team fights just keep looking harder and harder here.
Just a Bane Illusion, the real one, which was holding the gem, does manage to TP away.
It's all on this Drow. Like, the fight has to happen in a way where this Drow has solid positioning. You keep a formation, and she can just lay multiple multi-shots into people. If that doesn't happen, I think the fight's going to crumple real quickly.
And that Drow fight is easiest for her on a high ground. So, Parivision, they've got 1 minute left on this Aegis. Are you willing to risk hitting tier 3 at all?
It's a toxic high ground. You can potentially just get roll silence, kicked in, licked in, gripped, and like...
Yeah, it
I don't
feels
know.
like no way I would want to go for that.
No, until you're confident enough to just jump and take the fight that way, I don't think you risk it. Keep looking for pickoffs across the map, because you have the Ghostwalk Invoker, the 600 MS plus hero just running around with the Conjure's Catalyst. Again, he rolled well, so you're very happy in this situation as no one.
And they're able to play 3 cores on one side of the map, and all the lanes are still pushed in. That's how quickly they're able to move around. That's how quickly they're able to push in these lanes.
Yeah, look at how fast they are just running, right? Yeah, this is a 550 Centaur in the smokes with the Infest. 530 Invoker.
I mean, they almost were fast enough to catch BB team on a D ward there. So they knew about that high ground ward from that last fight. They finally felt confident enough to be able to take it out.
It's full map control.
Double wards on this top lane. Anybody from BB team pushes out through here, they might be the victim of this smoke.
They would probably be willing to take a fight right outside the base right now, because the Aegis is expiring. There it goes.
Miro is the one showing. Are they willing to jump in? GPK is going to pop the Shivas, but he gets jumped, stomped up, and he's already dead.
Ooh, so fast.
That was some hefty damage in a split second there. Miro is going to have to BKB. It's a 4-staff. It's a nightmare trying to get him ahead of these meteors.
He's burning.
He is burning, and he dies. Notice jumps in, and they actually kill him off of that.
Didn't want to press the BKB, but then you end up losing the Largo, and you had to use the Drows anyway. This is high ground opened up. Even without that Aegis, you put that Alacrity Lifesteal up here.
Yeah, it happens fast. Tier 3 is almost dead already.
Satanic buyout for Kiritich. He is fully committed to the next fight.
How do they play this fight, though? Ooh, managed to get the stomp on it, too. Kiritich may have gotten out, but the Bane is still in some trouble. Come down from the tornado. He dies off of that one. GPK off his buyback. A big hit with this Magnetize. He got a lot of heroes in this, and he's keeping it going too. Managed to get Magnetize on all 4 of these heroes. Let's see if he can keep it going though. Pvision is already retreating, and GPK
got one.
It's like he just can't keep it up. He only gets the hoodwink for now.
Oh,
GPK,
he's in trouble.
He's not going to make it back in. He needs some help. Somebody's got to push him back in, but the meteor is still doing much damage. Multi-shot, strike, trying to keep these heroes back in the... It lands. No one is just getting all of these Sunstrikes. Sure, the first like 4 or 5 didn't go his way, but now, when it really calls for clutch plays, he's getting the pickoffs that are allowing this high ground to just look oh so easy. You said it was a toxic high ground, but it's looking pretty free right now.
Level 4 and Feeble on this Rubik is also causing a lot of problems right now.
Drow Ranger in a bad position. Double Force now trying to get him away. Slowing down Notice, but he just pops the cart. Makes a run for it, even grabbing the Life Stealer. Shackle's not attempted. Pretty decent. Holds Notice in for a little while. BB team trying to chase. Kiritich, nice telekinesis. Hitting 2 different
takes
heroes.
no damage.
Kiritich trying to slow down these heroes from getting away. Pops his BKB, sees Notice. No one. He's so low, wants to finish him off, but he can't overcommit. He lets Miro go for that kill, and they do manage to get it. Reset a little bit. Get the Force Staff to get Miro back out of there. They got the mega kill streak on no one, but it cost them oh so much. It's a lane of Barracks top, and some buybacks used.
And they're still going in.
And Miro, these infest bombs, they may have some utility to get you away, but if the kill happens in just a second or 2, you may not have the positioning to bail these heroes out.
Too many threats in the fight, and you only have this Drow to deal damage. So as long as Pvision check where Kiritich is, it's pretty easy to engage. You're just not killing the heroes fast enough. Need more DPS, more time in the fights. The scale from the Centaur, this is the problem this hero's caused. It's a very different Centaur than we're used to in the past. This hero dominates the late game now. He's just way too tanky, can bail out anybody else. He's doing a solid amount of damage. You can always go back for that shard. And your Drow, he's getting level 4 and Feeble. He's getting tornadoed up in the air. There's Retaliate Aura for level 25 on the Centaur. There's a lot of little things adding up for Kiritich. It's just not making his life pleasant at all. Whereas we see the damage coming off his Life Stealer. You jump the Infest Bomb in, you hit these heroes for 2 or 3 seconds, they're gone. Team fight's way more straightforward.
70% attack damage reduction, and pretty nasty when there's really just one hero you're worrying about.
Yep. It's a really annoying spell.
And Kiritich is trying to amp up the single target damage to make himself more of a threat to these frontliners. He's got the level 25 win for the 8% marksmanship chance. He's going to go for a Daedalus up next.
You might need Divine in this game. Feels like it. Running out of scale, running out of time to find that scale.
With Roshan, they take the Tormentor, and Roshan soon to be done.
The scariest thing about this Infest Centaur is like you don't even have to pop out. I think you will, because most of the time if you land a stun, you're just going to pop out and start hitting the guy. But you could sit in here for a while with how tanky he is and just see what develops in the fight. Like bait some heroes in. I mean, he's got 7,000 HP. What are you doing to this man?
The Roshan spawning top. A hefty wave is pushing in bottom. Look for an opening. As a hero, somebody show. Kiritich.
Oh,
not
that's who
really
you
got
want.
much to lose here. Catchy lick, Force Staff, telekinesis holding him in place still. But they didn't feel like it was good enough. Not a commitment here from Pvision. They'll lose their Rubik on the way out here. BB team, an opportunity. If they can get more off this one, keep chasing these heroes. GPK, Meteor, Catchy Lick trying to save him right now. Does bail him out from some damage. With the buyback being used by the Rubik, it's now BB team's turn to retreat.
I think you still have to look for something.
Still trying to get him geomagnetic grip, pulling him away. Gets the kick out on Miro. And they do manage to get away before a punish is there from Pvision. Now back into it as it's going to be Takalis out of position this time around. Quickly bursts it down, lost the gem.
Still have to look for something here if you're BB. Every time these big spells are on cooldown, the Stampede's gone. You kind of have to look for that opening, try and bait the overextension. You're not going to have a lot of other opportunities in this game, and they're going to instantly smoke and do just that.
And I love the momentum in these team fights, the ebb and flow, the back and forth. Both teams, it's very specific positioning, where one team feels stronger than the other, feels like they can go for the kill, be on the offensive. No one again putting that pressure in the bottom lane, trying to get as many heroes away from the Roshan pit as possible, but Roche is going to switch over to the bottom side here. BB team will take their outpost back.
This Invoker's just been so annoying.
Katomi, oh, he tried to get a ward down, but notice Satanic Duo was already there sitting on the high ground.
Such a low cooldown threat as well. I think it's a 20-second infest. Right? It just costs you nothing to go for these plays. Did get some time to kind of dewart the map a little bit with your gem, regain some map control. Buyback situation, pretty mixed here for both teams. But you have a Drow Ranger buyback. I'd say that's the most important for BB if you really want to force some sort of Roshan contest. He's going to the bottom pit. That is just such a hard area to run into with no information.
Yeah. So they are likely going to give this up and just play to the high ground. They actually do smoke. Trying to get Kiritich here.
I don't know how you can test this.
It's
like
tough.
you need the exact angle.
If they get the right kind of pick off, though. A blind Roland? Shiva's almost caught him.
It's like he
so
knew.
Close. They had the high ground ward. No, they didn't have anything there.
Oh, they do. They have this ward on the
oh, yeah, I see
little cliff spot. Okay.
Yeah, so they saw him, but unfortunately, Night Class is just a bit too fast. Maybe if they caught him with the Shiva,
he's
he actually completed the roll in onto the Centaur.
Did he want to do that?
Pop his BKB immediately. Drow Ranger trying to get to the Roshan. The Roshan's so low. Can they grab the Aegis? GPK managed to get it. A stomp on it 3. BKBs are going to wear out soon. Managed to eat the cheese on GPK as well there. Satanic now pops out. He's going to be silenced. He's pushed into the pit by the Gust. Tornado rolls up.
Banner drop.
Hitting Miro. A reset here, and a banner drop just for the vision. They're going to see these heroes start backing away.
They're going to try and turn.
Tackle shot attempted. Not going to land there. A stomp on Kiritich. Can they save him here? Miro, he's got the catch helix. 1. Now a second one. Going to be needed. Kiritich taking a lot of damage here. Miro's out of mana.
Look at the magnetize.
Has been turned around with as much damage as he can with the Satanic magnetize building up GPK. But these heroes, they're just too damn tanky, man. They're just sitting on top of these heroes. Can they finally defeat Satanic here? Half HP. Another infection.
Just won't die.
Heals him up. It's all too much. You don't have enough damage to beat Satanic here.
You can't beat Satanic. He is way too tanky.
You eat the cheese, you eat the Aegis, you have all these extra lives, and it's all not enough.
Disgusting amount of sustain coming out from Parivision in this fight. Look at the damage number from GPK, 23,000, and he got a squirrel.
That's all he got. It's all support.
I mean,
23,000 damage.
What do you want him to do? He took the Aegis. He played it with 2 lives. He had a sick magnetize on everybody. It's the Dream Earth Spirit fight.
Yeah, he's got the level 25 talent.
He does everything he can, and it is not enough. And you have to sit there wondering, well, what the hell were we missing in this team fight? You just can't get that Drow away from enemy heroes.
Catchy lick on the illusion. Trying to bait Parivision to go for it.
I mean, I'd love to know how much of that fight there was a hero within the marksmanship range, right? Like,
yeah.
It just felt like there was somebody on top of him the entire time. He gets licked out, someone's still on top of him. He gets kicked out, someone's still on top of him. Like, yeah, he's sitting there dealing some damage, but it's reduced by so much.
That fight also went on so long that Miro ran out of mana.
Yeah, that hurts.
So you couldn't keep the Amphibian Rhapsody going for the bonus armor, for the extra movement speed to move these heroes around, for the catchy licks that he didn't have mana for.
That's the fight that signals me. If I'm Kiritich, I'm just buying Divine. Like, I don't think this Daedalus is enough.
Yeah.
They're gonna try and hunt Satanic here off another good ward. Stayed on the map for a long time, just can't get the jump. And of course, it's the information game. You see no one pinging bottom. He's like, hey, if I'm pushing this wave in, no one's showing, they're up to something. These smokes are way too easy to read right now. And if you don't succeed with the move, the Forest Spirits start taking buildings. I have a feeling this Invoker might not get seen again in this series. Like, win or lose.
That first show.
It always happens. This hero, he comes back in these clutch situations. He gets first picked. You can't beat the lane as well as you usually do because there's a lot more pressure on you.
Look at this courier on courier battle. Oh my God, Night Class with his own courier.
Ooh.
Scouts Miro, who's trying to get a sight device off the enemy secret shop and then chased the courier all the way and then used his hero to hunt it down, even telekinesising himself into position.
It's 2.5 minutes without that Hex here. It's a big deal. It's going to be Ags for the Drow. The upside of this is it doesn't take away another item slot. Does add some significant damage. You can build up some stacks. Like, in theory, this item is good in this type of game where they have a lot of sustain. and they have some big beefy targets you can get the hypothermia on guaranteed. If you can pop one guy, it's pretty massive.
He still does need to buy out the Sin.
That's true. He did not have the full Sin here.
He doesn't have the full set.
It's a little awkward.
If the high ground push does come without an Aegis, now Parivision might just say, okay, this is a pretty tense game. We're down one game in a best of 5. Maybe it's better just ride it out for another Roche. And I wouldn't disagree with that. You still have plenty of heroes that can get some growth. I mean, no one doesn't even have an Aghanim Scepter yet.
Oh, the Bane has an Aghanims. It's a little more for BB to play around. But I agree, I don't think you have to rush it here if you're Parivision. I mean, maybe you're thinking about tier 5 neutrals, like who that helps a little bit more here if this game goes another 10 minutes, but I think you're also probably favored in that. That one's a little closer.
I always view as tier 5 items are going to help the team that's losing more. Just because it
gives you a chance to come back.
Yeah, it just gives you a better chance. These fights are just a little bit weirder.
I feel like it's whoever has the better Stygian user, but...
Yeah, that's probably true.
You just smoke through the base. Screw all that.
RCC opportunity goes to the Bane. No Aghanim Scepter use in this fight. Trying to get the Force Stats away, but save with a nullifier on him. He just got wiped out.
No buys available for these two supports. They don't know that, though. It's a gold issue, not a timer issue.
So they're going to play it slow. Chip away at these buildings one by one.
Now will be the gold for Kiritich to eat the accent. So he is fully online. He's used every bit of gold he's accumulated this game. Will it be enough?
They're going to keep the pressure up. Pops the Iceberg, tries to poke at Satanic.
He gets a melee.
He gets out with the Rage. There's only one building left till Megas.
He's plus 37 on the bonus armor. Your marksmanship is just not counting for enough here.
Yeah. If you even have it up with most of these fights, you're actually just going to roll back. They're going to give up this Mega, say we can't actually take the fight without our supports. BKB, Miro's going to pop it. Sight the Vice, an opportunity, but there's the card save. Nicely played by Notice, but GPK did get in there with a big magnetize. He just needs to be able to stay alive, and he just can't quite do it. Managed to get a sight onto Satanic, but Kiritich felt like they couldn't commit for the kill there. Had to back up. They do have their supports back. GPK dead, but does have a buyback.
You have to find some squishier targets. You have to find supports or this Invoker somehow. You have to get around this Lifestealer Centaur right now. And honestly, that is one of the weaknesses of Drought. Like, she's not a hero that kills backline. You kind of have to just fight through what you see. And in these games where you can propose an indomitable front line, she struggles. She's just sitting here pumping damage into Centaur who's just tanking it. And you can't, there's no other available target for Kiritich to hit here. This is not a swift blink buyer. I mean, maybe you should have gone in this game, I don't know. But that's a wild decision.
GPK will have a BKB for his buyback, but he won't have the magnetize. At least not for another 20 seconds. So BB team are really trying to hold this. And Parivision
can always wait for that Roche. It's potentially up in another minute here. See how much they want to force this. Let the creeps push in, get a lot of vision, you get a lot of help. And just let Invoker play the fights.
Bait out the illusion.
Nice little bait. Deep lit.
Centaur.
Deep grip.
That's a heavy commitment onto a Centaur who's just simply not dying quickly. But he is going to die. Parivision left him behind GPK with his buyback usage. Parivision just called it quits. They said, we can just accept a Centaur loss there.
And it's kind of worth the buyback in this situation, to be honest. Like, how do BB use this buyback and translate it into anything?
Yeah, I could see that point.
Your only option is to just barrel towards Roche and hope it's a fast spawn.
Yeah. The likelihood of that happening is just so low. And Notice takes the time for a little bit. All chat while he spends another 70 seconds dead. 33,000 net worth lead. This will at least give BB team some time to think about the next round of items. If they can get there. Still hoping to get that Daedalus, says Kiritich. Not working towards Divine. Miro has his level 25 with the Scythe. So
I still think it has to be Divine Draw. Like, there's no other way to upgrade your damage in this lineup. You are the damage.
I mean, I agree with that, but at the same time, like, isn't it usually a combo deal? You have the Daedalus, and then you go, okay, damage is still not enough. I gotta get a Divine.
Well, then you need both. You gotta build one over the other.
One item at a time. While Satanic, he is going to be trying to pick up his 8th and 9th items here. He still has a shard he's going to purchase, I guess, and thinking about a Blink Dagger. Which, I guess, within Fest, if you wanted to put in a Blink, Centaur jumps in, and then he could pop out and blink even further to the back line, potentially, right? If you don't get the jump on Bane like you did that first time.
Upgrade Blink is always nice against the Drow. You do have to be a little careful going super deep in the base. Like, there is Kick, there is Lick, there are some spells that can put you in the Fountain. Here you get Grip super deep, it can't get canceled. That's your only real concern fighting into the Ancient here. Other than that, you're winning the fight still. You have 5 buybacks to play with in this game. You're gonna get Roshan here. That is something else you have to think about in terms of your item management. Who's gonna take what off this next Roshan?
You wanted to see an Aghanim Scepter on Miro. He might just finally get one.
Saving up some buybacks of their own. Every buyback is available outside of that GPK Earth Spirit one that was committed on the last fight.
We do have
look
one
at this ward bottom.
team.
Okay, yeah, you gotta kill that. Scouting your Invoker running up the side of the map, that is some bad potential right there.
Another 50 seconds to Roche, so we're gonna be chilling for a bit. Level 28, the Drow Ranger. We start getting to some of those later talents. Oh, get back to the multi-shots.
Start eating some mag sectors here, maybe some moon shards, you know, getting that luxury item territory. Maximize the gold game.
Yeah, Satanic doesn't have a consumed moon shard yet. Again, it always feels like, you know, you see these heroes, they're like 6 slotted at 35 minutes, and yet 20 minutes later, they still have more and more room for growth, whether it's consuming accents or moon shards.
Well, in that other really long game we had this event, we saw the teams go for the extra Helmet Doms. That is also something you can spend your gold on.
Sure.
I think a lot of times that Helmet Overlord with the Creep Aura is more useful than a moon shard. Like if you're in a, it's not the same gold, obviously, but if you have an infinite gold because you're at this point in the game.
Yeah.
I could see some of these helms start to come out for Parivision. I mean, Granite Gold goes hard here. That's all I'm going to say. You got some high HP boys.
Notice is 6,000 HP without the Infest.
And there's the Midas planning for the tier 5 neutral items here. You buy it early so you get that charge tick up. Got to plan ahead with everything you're doing.
Will they be able to make it to 60 minutes, though? That is the question, because Parivision are going to take this next Roshan. They expect to see a push.
For sure, you just said
for that, so we're going to have one hold that is going to be hard as hell for BB Team. They will not have every single one of their buybacks. GPK's down for 3.5 minutes. And I think everybody else in the game has to.
I think that's why you want to send it here. I think in some games you can argue our tier 5s are better. We also have all the map control. Like, we can farm the tier 5s and then push. But I feel that that Earth Spirit buyback is way more valuable. I think you just want to send it here. You have a potential buyback double bots in from like a Lifestealer who could buy it after the death and the Invoker. You have outpost control. You have everything to take a deep fight here. You just have to worry about getting repositioned into the fountain. Do not want to end up there.
Yes. Level 25 for the Hoodwink. The Sharpshooter does almost 2,000 damage.
Yeah, like one shot's a support.
Yeah.
He can land it.
We saw it earlier on Save, I believe it was. Just got popped.
Here's the smoke.
Waiting for the opportunity to present itself, seeing if any of BB Team are going to push out just a bit too far.
You're just looking for an easy target to start the fight off with. You know there's going to be buybacks here. You know it's going to be a long run.
Tornado lands onto Kiritich. Will they jump on this? Nope.
Lost his mana.
Back there, tier 4. Now gone.
You have to hold the glyph here.
Exposed. Satanic is going to be the first point of contact here. The Wind Ranger already dead. Do manage to get the Fiend's Grip on him. Can they kill him? Nope, put him in the cards. And now driving him away. GPK, well, he wants to keep this going, but they're already out. Parivision are away. They got a lick there on 9 class, though. Aeon Disc not going to last long enough, though. They do manage to kill at least one support out of this.
Well, traded saves by.
These cores are just too tough to deal with. They have the Fiend's Grip, but there's just too good of an answer with the Aghanim Scepter on the Centaur. So somebody has to stop the Centaur from going in. I don't know how you do that.
You have to ignore him. You have to kill anybody else in this game.
He's actually going to try and get even more saves for that. He's going to consume his Aghanim Scepter. This game goes longer. He's going to get a Wind Waker.
I like that.
So he'll have both the cart and the Wind Waker. Maybe he carts the Life Stealer, then Wind Wakers himself, pull them both out of there.
That's a great idea. You're basically playing this game. If they focus me, we win the fight. If they don't focus me, I will win the fight anyway.
And it's time for those 60-minute items. Kiritich is already pushing out there with his Hand of Midas. They have limited camps to be able to utilize. In fact,
this
look
on
at
the
this.
ward.
You see these camps over here? They left one creep in each of them. Ooh. Just a little bit of extra way to screw over BBT. You've got this one little high ground area you feel like you can push out into. Oh wait, there's only 2 creeps between the 2 camps.
I'm looking for the Madstone here. The ward does go down. I don't know how you get the Madstone here. We're going to see a nice neutral item advantage. During this Aegis, still have 2 minutes on the clock. Your Rubik will respawn. Still have Refresher Shard as well. And yeah, just block it up, man.
Such a nuisance, man.
Give him nothing.
He left them with the 1 creep. Now he's just going to outright block those camps. He's going to Wind Waker too. How many Wind Wakers are we going to need to deal with just 1 Fiend's Grip?
As many as you feel comfortable pushing close to that fountain with. That'll help for sure.
Save, trying to snag a few more Madstones. But we are looking at a point where this could be BB team trapped inside their base so badly that they have 0 tier 5 items for the next one, and Parivision have all 5.
They rolled the Stygians here if they want them. Some nice rolls for Parivision. You gotta imagine it's gonna be Stygian for the Lifestealer.
Yeah, that's an instant take, right?
You kept the Catalyst though on the Invoker. That's the one you're gonna keep. Gonna throw some spells on Kiritich here. It's gonna get burned out a little bit.
Force him to use the BKB maybe. And a force stab, pushes him away. Now the Centaur jumps in. A little bit of Nightmare. They get the Fiend's Grip onto him. Kiritich is getting lucky. Just above the BKB. It's rough, man. It's just so much, so little. They just make a casual commitment here on the side of Parivision. And BB team are bleeding out heroes, bleeding out BKB. Satanic is now hitting the Ancient. And you have no damage to be able to stop him here. They have to pop the glyph. Miro's trying to distract Satanic at best, but none of these heroes are dying. Notice isn't even close to dying yet. And Satanic is getting free hits on the Ancients. This one is all over. We are having an even series here at Game 3.
Clinical execution in that late game. That is the point that Parivision want to get to in this series, where they control the map, they're choking you out, they're building a lead, they're just getting Roshan after Roshan, camp after camp. You have no freedom, really nothing to play for except some throne defense. Yeah, if you have some lineup that has a cheese pick that can 1v5, maybe you win that situation. Outside of that, there's almost no hope in this ultra late as BB team, outside of kicking like 3 heroes in the fountain, which is just not going to happen.
Yeah.
You got out map control, and that's what this Invoker does. That is the threat of the first pick Invoker. We're going to outplay the map. We're going to control the waves better. We're going to pick you off with Sunstrike. Forward Spirits are going to push the waves in. What is your counterplay? You need a hero that can match that sort of presence, like a Naga Siren or a Furion or something like this. And if you don't have it, you just slowly get pushed off the map. The one pick off happens, they get Roshan, it's an AK gold lead. Suddenly you're in Parivision's pocket. So you have
on the Dire side. First pick going once again to the team on the Dire side with Parivision, and the Hoodwink gets picked up first. Just quickly giving a glance at if there's any notable heroes that we expected to see banned that are not. I guess the Undying and the Slaughter are the ones that were banned previous game that were not banned this game. Keeper of the Light will be the answer coming out from BB.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think, like, why would they go away from the first pick Invoker and decide to first pick Hoodwink instead? And I don't have the answer to that question.
Keep them on their toes.
Yeah, do you want to keep them guessing? I think that's also been like a Poppy classic sometimes, where he's like, he just like makes sure he keeps the advantage. Because in this series, you better know that the coaching staff of BB, they've talked about this Invoker throughout the entire game too, and maybe throughout the break too, and they probably went to the players of like, hey, okay, this is what we think we should do against this Invoker and this and that. Like, Invoker must have been a big part of the conversation, and now you just keep them guessing. It's like, well, there's no Invoker now, so you just wasted your time talking about something that's not relevant, and you have to play a different game. It could be the explanation, or perhaps there is like, yeah, something that, you know, we're missing here. Anyway, they're gonna go for the Hoodwink, which is a great hero for them. They play on both roles, which I think every team don't have that. Like, it can either be +5 or +4, but they gave away the Coddle to BB.
Yeah, just to go off of the point that you mentioned, you said that maybe if it were anyone but no one playing that Invoker, Parivision would have lost. So I think that they had this idea that even if the mid Earth Spirit did come out, their Invoker would be solid against it, but that laning stage was very rough. Like, no one did come back through his Sunstrikes, but he got dominated pretty hard, and maybe they don't want to factor in a potentially lost lane in this.
Yeah, which would actually be a great adaptation, because I think it's only the best teams, right, that are going to be able to see through the result and be like, hey, we might have won the game, but maybe this wasn't optimal, you know, and maybe this was a little bit too hasty of me of saying, hey, we don't with Invoker, pick it again. But perhaps their conclusion was that, hey, first pick Invoker, actually a little bit risky against that team.
I mean, that Earth Spirit was incredible. It didn't win the game, but GPK's laning stage is really scary. I mean, just seeing it in action against the best mid laners in the tournament, like this, he's by far the best technical skill.
I mean, it's been 2 games in a row where no one is playing versus like 25 denies on GPK in 6 minutes. So far, pretty rough laning phase, both games for no one. But in both games, he also showed that this doesn't phase him at all. Like, he is able to impact the game regardless. We'll see if Parivision, they want to take an approach where they protect him a little bit more, because they've been kind of throwing him under the bus twice in a row. Like, they pick this Ember into Slaughter, they first pick Invoker, and they're like, well, it's no one, he'll manage. But yeah, it's no one. Perhaps you can give him a little bit more of a comfortable position, and he might just take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Slaughter still has to be in contention. When Coddle comes out, of course, you think about Ember, you think about Pango, but that Slaughter was a hero that Parivision were scared of in that game too, and it's left through. So you have to... Beastmaster is a great combination for this Coddle, but I do think that Parivision need to prepare an idea for in case the Slaughter comes out. Are they willing to move away from the Embers and potentially play something ranged?
And that is the adaptation we've seen, right, from game 1, where they probably had the plan to pick the Beast, but it was stolen from them. So now it goes even further up in priority. They pick it as soon as they can, essentially, not letting Parivision the option to pick it for themselves. They kind of made the... I mean, but that being said, they made the conscious choice of not banning it. They decided to ban the Undying and the Bane. They must have known that Beastmaster was coming, right? I think you play BB, they pick Coddle, Beast is coming, most likely. So curious to see what Parivision decides to send to that lane, because we've seen many attempts from many fallen teams. None of them really succeeded in, you know, stopping this Beast Coddle combo.
I wonder if they're willing to play the Clinks themselves on Parivision, because maybe you played the Clinks against their Beastmaster and it cooked very hard.
The thing with this Beast Coddle, though, what is really oppressive is the amount of spam. It's like, I feel like only like a hero like Necro or something could just stay in that lane and tank all these axes that are coming non-stop, essentially. Like, it's just really hard to stop. From a theoretical perspective, I don't really know what does the job.
Maybe they can shelf that pick for a while then. It is a strange thing, though, if you see the offlane and you're not picking the safe lane here to free up your draft.
Yeah, the only reason would be that you want to protect also the pick so that your carry sees the carry matchup. There comes the Necro. Like, to me, it is like the best hero conceptually to sustain against, because Beast Coddle, the way they win the lane, or not lose it for that matter, is they push the wave so aggressively with axes, and they just keep this axe debuff on the carry so that he can never be aggressive, essentially. Like, he's always dealing with creeps under his tower, he's always like trying to dodge the axes, starving in regen, keeping him low HP. And it's like, it doesn't matter the counter that you pick. Like, you could pick the best hero versus Beast. You named Klinks, Gyro, any hero. Like, they don't get to play the lane, essentially. But for Necro, it's different, because it's probably the only hero that will push as hard as they do. So he's going to maintain the pressure on the lane. He's maybe even going to be able to push into them. And this is when these heroes can actually falter.
Do you know what hero Kataomi actually does like playing, though? Ancient Apparition.
It could be a good...
Oh, never mind. Different Frosty hero coming out.
I mean, this hero has been... I feel like we haven't maybe talked about Wyvern as much as he deserved to be talked about, because it's been one of the big heroes of this tournament, honestly. Sure. Like, I've seen every team in the top 8 pick him at least once, and pretty high in priority. We've even seen some games... Wait, it was game 1, right? Where they first picked Wyvern, or...
It was either game 1 or it was in the third place decider.
Like, I think game 1 of this.
Yeah, it was game 1 of this.
They first picked Wyvern. So
overall first pick.
And it was Parivision. So both teams value this hero like extremely high, and it's not necessarily for the Cold Embrace, because it's not a good Cold Embrace game at all so far. Like, this is like Necro, Willow, and Hoodwink. These heroes don't care at all about that spell. It's mostly about the laning presence also, which is... It's a dominant laner, and it didn't used to be, so it's a little bit deceptive, but the Q spell from Wyvern is just obnoxious.
I also think that Wyvern does something very nice for Kez, and it kind of alleviates the fear of some of his bad matchups, like Axe, for example. I've seen Wyvern and Kez be picked together versus the threat of an Axe, get Axed anyway, and defeat that lane, because he provides so much sustain through the battle hunger and the counter initiation to heroes like that. So this is one of those moments where I think Kez can be picked blind just because of the Wyvern.
Are you worried about the Kez versus Necro matchup? Like, is it particularly good for Kez, or is it even bad? Like, what's your take on that?
I mean, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult, but once you get to that nullifier, it should be okay. I think if they added some magic damage on their team from VV, that would give you the big jump. Because right now, you're working with too much physical versus Necro.
Look at no one. After 2 games of pain and suffering, he's treated with a late pick in the draft. He gets to decide, yeah, I think it's a good puck game. He's still going to get counterpicked by GPK, because, you know, you can't treat him that well. But he's going to be happy with this one. It's a very good puck game. Obviously, they have barely any lockdown for him. And he also gets 2 bans now to protect himself from the GPK Classic counterpicks. So, you know, I think this is probably the first game where he's going to be, set up for a better start to the game.
Sav, are you familiar with puck's win rate this tournament?
I know it's very low. I think the last time I checked, it was around 25%. I don't know if it went much higher.
It's 30% now.
Wow, 30%.
That's a step up. But
it's a step up, but it's not impressive, especially considering the fact that this hero has not been first phased at all anymore. So this is like a late, oh, this is a great puck game. Well, no, it isn't. It's always losing. So, but I don't know. We're doubting Parivision. We're doubting no one. You know, perhaps...
GPK has made a great case for himself to...
He has.
Outlane no one, though.
Yeah, he has. And he's going to be able to select also, I guess, the third option that he wants. You know, I think these guys are pretty much in each other's head, so I'm sure that no one knows exactly what GPK would want to select in this case. He's going to be banning both these heroes, like letting Puppy know, hey, get rid of Ember and get rid of, you know, X hero. So GPK will get the third option. We'll see how good it is.
Yeah, we still have the Centaur in the pool, by the way. Interesting to point out, as we are looking for an offlaner for Parivision. Notice still that one.
I mean, maybe it's not impossible that they pick it. I do think that Kez is like pretty fine against Centaur. I've seen carry players like choose to play Kez versus Centaur many times, and right now what Parivision's lineup is really lacking is objectives. Like, if this is a Necro position 1 paired with a puck and these supports, like, for them to take down towers, Roche, or Tormentors, it takes forever. So even if they dominate the game, they're going to be dragged into like a long game just by the nature of their lineup. So if the last pick could fix a little bit of that issue, I think it would be good for them.
I think Tidehunter is a pretty cool hero for Parivision. I like him conceptually to provide that body for those objectives you mentioned, Seb, but also it's a great hero against Kez in terms of dispelling the Kazari Katana. Not the most popular pick this tournament, the Tide, but it could work.
It's a good lane for him, for sure. Especially with Willow. So no Slardar, no Ember. I guess there is the Earth Spirit that we've seen be played against Puck. I think it's a pretty good game, but it's gonna tell also the... it's gonna let us know what does GPK think about last game. You know, is he like, yeah, Earth Spirit maybe overrated, or like I don't feel that confident because he did a really good job in the early game but still lost the game, or does he keep the faith up in the Earth Spirit?
I think it's a fine game to play Earth Spirit. He'll buy the vessel for you. He's going to give you magic damage. Right now, there's a lot of overwhelming physical damage from the Kez, but you're playing against the Necro, and you need a way to kill him in the early game.
Yeah, there's Earth, there's Storm also. Okay, so they go Tiny. So they're gonna run a Necro position 3 against the Kez and the Wyvern.
How does Tiny do against that Beastmaster Coddle? Because that's the whole reason why Necrophos was thought of for us.
Yeah, I think Necro could win that lane. I think Tiny doesn't win it for sure. I think he either draws or loses. But it is quite possible that he draws. I mean, I'm a Beast spammer, so I'm maybe biased, but I would give the advantage to the Beast Coddle lane.
So what's the thought process behind the Tiny? What makes it worth sacrificing that lane for the Tiny, as we still see that Earth Spirit coming out for GPK?
I think they're prioritizing like lineup equilibrium, like just a better balance in their lineup, because I do think that Necro +1, Puck +2, and you know an offlaner that's like also with little objective taking potential, it would just be weird to play the game. Like this is a much better, much more well-rounded lineup, and Tiny is just a solid hero. It's a good matchup versus Beast. At some point the Tiny, you know, he has too much HP regen. He just, you know, one-shot waves. He'll be fine. He's gonna suffer until he gets level 6, and after that he'll just be okay.
It could be one of those situations also where Noticed asked for it to be a lane against Kez, because it's a very strong lane against Kez Wyvern, because he can defend himself from when Kez goes in and closes the gap.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that lane goes. Like, I wonder actually, like, theoretically I feel like it's good for Necro, but honestly, like, Kez Wyvern is a lot. Like, it's a lot of harass. Like, every wave they're gonna click their spells on you, and that's a lot of HP. It feels like he's gonna have to click his second spell every wave, almost. And I don't know how much he'll enjoy it. We'll have to see. At the same time, I'm very happy to see Earth Spirit. I think it also makes the case of, it's reassuring that, you know, the game 2 did not affect BB team and GPK in particular by any mean. So that's a good news for BB fans.
Yeah, I mean, I think Earth Spirit's a great lane versus Puck, and he's going to have a solid start, and he's going to be strong for a very big portion of this game. But if Necrophos has a good game, I think Earth Spirit actually falls off very heavily against this hero, who itemizes very comfortably against him, and then he eventually runs out of damage for the Necrophos. So then it becomes all on Kez to deal with him.
But, you know, we've heard Kiritich many times say that, you know, Kez is his signature hero, and he feels like every time he gets his hand on the hero, the game is just easy. I don't think he's lost with it yet here. So
the 1v5?
Dangerous.
How long is this game going to be? Because previous one, we did go over that hour mark, all because we started with such an even game. Will this game has as even of a start to it?
I would say so. I think it's, again, like compared to game 1 where the draft was quite favorable for BB, especially when it came to the laning phase. I think this game, just like game 2, much more even. It's gonna come down to execution. And if the tempo were to be, you know, accelerated, it would favor BB out.
It is a best of 5, and it's 1-1. And that means that whoever wins this game will be on match point in these grand finals. Will it be BB? Will it be Parivision? We're finding out with Cap and SVG.
One of these teams is going to be sweating after this game, and you want to be the one that is sitting in that prime position of 2-1. Parivision, well, we've got some Siggies already out in the field for both sides. We've got BB team rocking the Kiritich Kez. We have the No One Puck, though I actually don't think of that as his Siggy, but it is his most played hero.
Also hasn't really performed well this event. I almost feel like the team that was going to pick Puck in this grand finals might not work out for them first. However, these two teams are functioning at an extremely high level. So you got to kind of throw the stats out the window, play off a feel, play off the matchups, and the win conditions. The most important thing, like at what point in these games do you think you have a chance to win the game? And they've generally been going very late. So in that sense, Puck hasn't performed too well because I think he just hasn't had the same early and mid games. But if the game's going to go late and you get to 5 or 6 slots, he's still a menace. And that could be what Parivision have in mind here, because the 2 side lanes for BB are incredibly scary. Very fast, they can snowball heavily, they can pick up some kills. You have resources to pump into these cores. Kez can always just run away with the game. You need to control the tempo here. If the Beast can just go from tower to tower with a fast Helm of the Overlord, this game's going to get out of control very quickly. If you can slow it down, play around the Necrophos a little more, to me, the 2 offlaners have the strongest identity in this game 3, and you're going to have to make those 2 heroes work.
And that is particularly scary if you are Parivision, because they're in a bad lane matchup, right? I mean, surely this Beastmaster Caudle lane, there's no way that a tiny Hoodwink beats that, right?
No, not over the long run. I think it's very hard to beat Caudle Beast with almost anything. You can draw the lane. You can outplay the Caudle a little bit if you have a support that can kind of 1v1 him on the side and really punish him. Like, I think Bane is a pretty good example of that. But outside of those little points of execution, even if the lane's going poorly, you can always just stack and they're going to recover the net worth. You're not going to shut this Beast down. So you kind of just have to deal with the tempo here from Miro and hope that you can take some fights around towers, or that at least Noticed has an equally good game here.
And he is in a winning matchup, right? Necrophos versus Kez, I imagine, maybe not as good as the Beastmaster Caudle lane, but I feel like they got to be okay with this lane, right?
Oh, they're doing quite well already. And yeah, I would favor the Necro here. Again, over the first 10 minutes, like, he's going to win the lane out. It's just too much sustain, too much spam. Wyvern is not a hero that has a lot of offensive potential with the Kez unless you can maintain a high HP pool. And Save just chunks him down.
Just runs him down while we have this action still going back and forth in the bottom lane as well. A lot of harassment in these side lanes early on.
Both offlaners having a pretty nice start here early, and that's what both teams want to see. It'll be interesting to see how tanky this Necrophos can get against the Earth Spirit in particular. I like Miro's point about, he's going to have very strong itemization here. It's a hero that can buy multiple dispels, just exist in the fight. We saw last game, GPK, he got really fat on that Earth Spirit. He dealt 22,000 damage and killed 1 hero.
Yeah.
If you have a repeat situation like that, you're going to be in trouble this game. I think Kez will have a better time in most games than Drow, just in terms of creating his own opening.
Sure.
So you have a little more to fall back on there. But you need to make sure that GPK can find connections with these magnetizers and that it doesn't just get instantly ruined.
Well, we are going to see GPK dominate the laning phase again. The DB team are just putting it a priority. It seems like every single time they're going to make sure GPK gets the counter pick over no one. They do it again here. He gets the late Earth Spirit pickup against a Puck, which is just, I think, an impossible matchup for Puck. I just feel like there's no way he's actually going to win CS-wise.
Too much base damage.
Yeah.
We'll see that Earth Spirit open up a lead. See if we can translate it into a cheeky kill with a silence and a teleport or something off a support. But these 2 supports are not that great at rotating to the mid. You'd rather just play the Wyvern and the Caudle in the 2 side lanes. If anything, get some stacks up, set the map up better for all 3 cores. It's not really a, I'm going to go mid and secure power runes type of style here. Whereas I think Parivision can look for that a lot more. They have a lot more roam potential, a lot more kill threat, a lot of setup between the Dark Willow and the Hoodwink 5 here.
Right. For me, it feels a lot more about GPK rotating to those side lanes, particularly that Wisdom Shrine timing.
That could definitely be in the cards. This is one of those games where I actually wouldn't mind seeing him go to the side lanes instead of the team going mid, just because of how your draft's set up. I think Kez is a great hero to rotate into on the lane. He gives you a lot of kill threat. He enjoys getting the extra kills. Could be a nice little target for GPK down here, and that's the hero you want to slow down. Almost just kills no one there.
Has some little recharges to work off of. Notice keep the pressure on Kiritich.
This Necro's playing quite aggressive down here. You do not want to feed away that bad kill to the Necrophos in a lane that he's dominating already.
Yeah, he does have 9 Magic Wand charges, double Fairy Fire still in his pocket.
Yep, very tanky here.
Similarly, Miro with the spam of the axes, definitely annoying Parivision, but I feel like Satan and Ducalis have done a good job of like pulling the creeps out of position so they're not getting spammed by the axes as much.
Oh, Tiny's
pretty healthy.
Yeah, he's free farming up here. In fact, he's highest CS in the game, still has a lot of regen or a lot of HP to work with. So doing quite a nice job.
I feel like there's something about the Satanic Ducalis safe lane. They always do manage to move these the barometer just a little bit in their favor in every single laning phase matchup.
It helps when you have a very strong carry in terms of in that CS department. Winning early CS counts for so much in terms of what happens in these lanes over the first 5 minutes. Very close, even game. Across all the lanes
having the biggest lead as he is 29-10 over this puck. 19, now 20-1. Unsurprising lead again. Just
it's not huge though. In terms of like the net worth and experience, it's pretty close here. In fact, it's the Kez kind of suffering the most. Just getting Necrophos. Nothing Kiritich can do about it. You can't outplay Death Pulse, no matter how hard you try.
yeah. Just kind of sits in the lane, spams it out.
So will that rotation come to bottom? There's also an argument you want to go to the Beastmaster lane, because that is generally a hero that is very good at kicking carries out. You can fight with the boars. Like, both of these side lanes are very interesting points of attack for the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it's going to be chipping away at these heroes anyway, right? They're already going to be low, so it's an easier gank to make happen. While going into this Necrophos, especially the winning lane that he is in, well, that one's going to be a lot rougher.
He's going to get the Sadist Axe here. You do not want to start bleeding kills away on this lane.
That regen with the glyph being popped, Kiritich is being shoved away from this CS, even underneath his own tower.
This is a big wave with Catapult. Need to address this right now. You get 6 on GPK. He got it off the last creep mid. Can go in fog and TP here if he wants to try and bail this out.
But Wyvern's going to be the first one to TP in. They run down to Collis. Kiritich does not walk into the brambles and manage to parry the Shadow Realm hit, so that actually stops a lot of the damage.
And GPK loses the 50-50 on the rune, and it's a haste. Big kick up for no one. He's just barreling bottom.
Yeah, instantly making the move, and why not? There's not any vision down here. They don't know what the power rune is. I'm going to be surprised by this, especially with the ward behind the tower giving so much information. No one, Kiritich's already half health. Coil, he parries and does what he can. Runs into a bramble, but either way, he was dead.
Too fast for GPK to TP in there. There's some risk of making aggressive moves in this game if GPK can respond and get a good team fight out of it, but when you have a haste rune and it's that fast of a move, it's a level 4 Kez. What's the turnaround potential? It's just not there. Compounding the advantage on this Necrophos lane, Noticed is going to be gigantic here. He could buy a Boots of Travel right now. He can also just push for an even faster Radiance. It's got 2,000 gold in the bank.
Yeah, is this far ahead? Feels like Radiance. It's got to be a pretty good call. GPK, he makes this rotation. Miro and Save, we're pushing these heroes out over time. It's just level 3 axe spam with this this Coddle behind him.
Looking for the Wisdom Shrine. Kataomi, he gets scanned, but nobody's here.
Oh no, that is a huge problem. Parivision.
This squirrel is going to be really sad. 3 deaths for Ducalis. He loses his Wisdom Shrine. Well, they ruined his game.
Yeah, they certainly did.
I mean, I don't know if he was the biggest priority target, but he's absolutely out of it here.
Man, you're almost level 6 on Notice. Hey, at that point, it feels like Kiritich is going to have to leave lane.
Yeah, no way you sit here against the Reaper threat.
Which is thin up to Kataomi to try and hold this. Nice D-ward from 9 class.
Nice little Dark Willow attack speed there.
There's going to be a similar threat. Likely Satanic will have to leave his lane at some point with the level 6 being acquired by Miro plus his Helmadom.
A lot of pressure points on the map right now. You have the Reaper Scythe coming up, you have Coil, you have Magnetize plus a Roar going into mid lane. They brought Miro to this 8-minute power rune and they lose the 50-50 again. And it's another great power rune.
If it could have been top, then maybe Miro is able to get a Primal Roar kill for them. Instead, he's just going to back up to these Coddle stacks. A lot of stacks here. It's going to boost them quite heavily, GPK.
There's the TP to the side lane.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the power rune.
Try and shore this up with Notice having his level 6. Jumps in, hits the Sounce onto the Necrophos off of pulling Kiritich, but he still managed to get off some of his heals. Just too much damage, though. They brought many heroes, 4 heroes to this bottom lane to make sure that Necrophos does get shut down. Meanwhile, Miro is left alone on top of his stacks right now.
That was a juicy acorn.
Ducalis can interrupt some of this. He already managed to kill the Helmadom creep and some of the boars, maybe take some of the last hits here as well. Ducalis is going to get level 6 off this.
He's super rich.
He's still so much experience, my God.
You got most of the mid tower too with the amp damage on the puck. Was that a successful move from Earth Spirit? Yes and no. Like, you gave up a lot during the time GPK spent down there. Well, there goes Ducalis recovering his game. He shut down that squirrel for nothing.
Guess so.
Is he the highest level support now?
Save is 6.5.
Close, yeah. Well, he'll feed his courier back, so you get a little bit back from the squirrel.
A little bit of give and take.
Okay, earn charges up for GPK is another magnetize in 30 seconds. He's definitely the big playmaker in this game.
Surely you get the 50-50 right this time.
Or you just lose it every single time.
Katomi unable to fly away. Arctic Burn on cooldown. The sharpshooter attempt with the cold embrace. Geomagnetic grip play would have been cool, but coil.
It's a very different style game right now. A lot of skirmishing, a lot of 2 or 3 man fights going on. A lot of emphasis on the power rooms. As he wins another one. There's the tip, you know. The tip was going to come no matter what. You win all the rune luck. What can you say?
Yeah, what's the point of getting this counter pick matchup if my enemy mid laner just gets every single power rune? Miro keeps on rotating across, too. And the funny part is that, like, Parivision, because they have this river ward, they see Miro, they know they can't contest the top lane, and just pray that it's bottom.
9class gets another courier snipe. All these little things going Parivision's way in this early game. And the relic already done for noticed. The Radiance is going to be so fast here. There's some emphasis for BB to get something done with the vessel on GPK. He will rush that this time around for some extra damage on the map. Great against the Necro as well as Katsunomi bites the dust again. This mid area of the map is just a death zone for these supports.
It's working out so much better for no one. Another rotation from GPK.
Might get this power too.
Total failure.
Like you make these rotations with the Earth Spirit, no one's just gonna push the wave in. Start hitting your building.
Yeah.
Gotta be a little careful of like the roll in, silence, all in, but otherwise can do some decent damage here.
It's got infused raindrops and 19 magic wand charges. Let's see if this is enough. With a bushwhack catching GPK, that'll create a lot of space for no one. Still has a solar bind on him. Another orb up in 3 seconds. He's out.
You need to bring the Kez in for that with a Talon or something. Puck is too mobile right now. Still got the top tower for the Beast. Both these offlaners effectively top net worth in this game. I feel like that's what both teams wanted to see. So you're getting that progression you want.
Radiant's about to be finished up for Noticed.
There it is, flying out.
Just been chilling. They haven't like actually kicked the Kez out or taken this tower, but I mean, the fact that you're just able to hang out and get a Radiance on Necrophos in 12 minutes?
Pretty ridiculous.
That's going to put BB team on a timer a bit. Can't just let this Necrophos exist on the map for too long.
Fully expect this ultimate orb for Miro to signal a big push into mid with the Helmet Overlord being completed. There it is. Go grab an Ancient Creep, smoke him, swing around the mid tower. If you can start on the puck, amazing. If you can find somebody else behind that tower, it'll feel just as great.
He's got his choice between the Prowler and the Granite Golem. He opts for the Golem.
Oh, I thought he would have taken the Prowler here.
Yeah, me too.
Kind of interesting. Guess a little extra HP though is pretty nice against a very spell damage heavy lineup. You're negating a lot of early nukes here. And that is something to consider. Like, do you buy pipe in this game? It's such a good pipe game.
Right, you just try and like weather through these spells, stay above that 50% marker against the Reaper Scythe.
Great Glimmer Cape game, great Wraps game. There's going to be some itemization here for BB that's going to feel real good against a lineup that is very magic dependent for a long time in this game. They're not even going to smoke them. They're just going to run at the tower straight up. What are you going to do?
You could do. You throw an orb out, okay. Boars get a little bit low, but tower falls all the same. Going after Notice here, Winter's Curse, trying to set up and a terrorize in from the side. Very nice, the Reaper Scythe. Well, it doesn't quite get the kill, but they still manage to get him off the sharpshooter. So they don't get the stack, but nobody really cares about that. All you care about is that Notice lives and Kiritsit dies.
The Winter's Curse didn't get any other units in it, so you lose a little setup time that GPK needed to get in there. Another rotation for the Earth Spirit that just doesn't quite land how you wanted it to, as this Necrophos is continuing to just farm up the map. And the longer these tier 1 stand, or at least this last tier 1 bottom, the more you can kind of control this area for the Necro, the happier he's going to be. See what the next move here for Miro is. It's not super obvious on the map right now. You might just want to take some time to farm. You're going to get a 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. That's pretty much guaranteed. But the next objective here for the Beast is like the 20-minute Tormentor. Unless you really want to take this last tier 1 bottom, and I don't think that's the highest priority for him.
Yeah.
So we might just see him try and play that classic, like occupy dire upper jungle with the beast summons, get some information for your team, get some extra camps, take away some farm from the Tiny if you can without dying. Abuse the fact that there's not a lot of heroes that want to run into your zoo right now. Pretty bad lineup against the zoo early.
Feels like this series is just indexing more and more towards these late game, 45 to 60 minute style kind of games. Despite the early rush that we saw from Parivision, where, you know, we talked about the setup here. There's so many of their games were like 35 minutes on average, it felt like. They were just able to close out game time after time.
That was not off lane domination, though. That's an important distinction. Like, there was not some gaming gladiators, we beat you and rush high ground because we were just going to zoo you and aura you. They do it off of map control and the map gameplay and the pickoffs leading to objectives.
So what do you think BB Team is doing to stop that? Like, yes, BB Team is winning lanes, but as you said, Parivision didn't require laning phase wins to be able to pull off those fast victories.
I think some of the Go Shovel help. Beastmaster, Coddle, Wyvern. All heroes that can push some waves without dying, potentially. Depends how fat this Tiny gets. And I think the Tiny is the big threat on the map for Parivision this game. We've seen how much Satanic can do with this. You get Shadowblade, he instantly finds a pick-off. And this hero is going to be the real threat around the map. Like, the Necrophos is the scary extra scale here in the tank.
Yep.
Against your, you know, triple melee core lineup going late. But the Tiny is going to be the hero that instills fear in you wherever you are.
Heroes, surrounded by heroes. He has to pick his targets here. Roars Satanic, but there's just too much catch. He dodged the Terrorize, roared Satanic, but it's all too much. Too many heroes. They brought the full squad up here to hunt down the Beastmaster.
That's bad news for BB.
I can't remember the last time that Satanic had a bad Tiny game. I feel like every single time he gets these, he's just running around the map with Shadowblade getting pickoffs, and I'd have never seen him be in that position where, like, oh, Satanic has walked into another sentry and died, you know?
He's very good at finding those little openings and knowing where people are farming, where the isolated target is. That's why this hero's so scary. When he starts snowballing a game, you just have to get out of his way. We're going to see BB try and reclaim this area. That's another reason losing the Beast up here is so bad. You lose so much of the map control you're trying to maintain to give you that advantage. You got to retake it with something. You're going to find a squirrel, but you're not finding that Tiny. This is a good intercept from Ducalis. This is not the area of the map that these heroes want to go to when the Beast is going to come back here and retake it anyway.
He is on a 7-game win streak on Tiny, including a win yesterday against Team Yandex. Last time he lost a game was 2 months ago at a Dream League against 1W. And then before that was like back to 2025. He has an 82% win rate on this hero.
That's quite high.
Yeah, that's something.
He's super, super scary on it. I also think he knows how to itemize for the late game a little better than some other carries. Like, it never seems like he's falling off on this hero, which is, I think, the sign of a great Tiny player. Got to get to those late game talents, make sure you're getting the spells off in the team fight, make sure you buy the right 6 slots, because his hero can almost always get 6 slotted, farms so fast. And once more, BB just unsure of what to do with the Beastmaster strength right now. Like, are you supposed to do it super early Roshan here to get an Aegis on an Earth Spirit or Kez?
I mean, is there any reason not to?
It's just slow.
Team is going to play the borders of the map.
It's not fast enough to make it worth it right now.
Okay.
I think you have to occupy some side of this dire map. Like, you can't have 5 heroes on your side with this Tiny and Necro running around right now. It's not going to end well for you.
Well, at least it means GPK can get power runes. Nobody's contesting those anymore.
That's true. And a nice little regen.
Just to call us at it. Oh, he's going to get a nice lane ward.
Being really annoying up here. Just counteracting some of the lane pressure. And they're going to force the Roche. Okay.
I like it.
Are they? I don't know. This is... I mean, you don't have Deso on the Kez for like another 100 gold.
Okay, I don't like it. If you don't have Deso, that Roche is going to take so long.
I think we're seeing the indecision on this map right now.
Everywhere they're going right now, they're spotted by wards too. Like Miro had a lane ward that saw him push through, then there was a watcher. The gate, notice, slips past GPK there.
A missed opportunity. Saw how fast they were to respond to that. If there's any sort of opening, they want to take it right now. They will get this last tier 1 bottom. The Beast eventually makes his way down here. This will open up that Roche even a little more if you want to do it in this last minute with the Deso arriving. This is your time to secure it with everybody down here.
They got
at least force a fight.
On the pit.
Oh,
Bedlam
Satanic.
trying to kill the helmet on, but Satanic makes his jump. GPK.
What an opening.
Dead already. That was a BKB used too. And Satanic, he still has his BKB. It's part of the reason why Parivision are willing to take this fight, not just the aggressive positioning of the BB team here, allowing Satanic to get in there with a Shadow Blade. Unlikely they're going to have sentries up here. But also the fact that Satanic, there's nothing they can do about him once he makes his jump. There's no turnaround against this BKB.
He's finding these little openings. Big kills to slow down the pace here from BB. They're not allowed to group up. They're not allowed to do that earlier, Roshan. Now it's going to change sides. You have to wait even longer. You're not getting the fight for the Deso Kez.
Kiritich is out here using Raptor Dance on Ancient Stacks. That's how the game's kind of going right now. We are going to chill and farm for the foreseeable future. At least that's Parivision's game plan. BB team are struggling to get the action going. They would love to, but
I don't blame Parivision.
Doesn't seem possible.
Again, I think this is the type of game where puck can shine. Slow, methodical game. You build into that late game. That's where the hero's still scary. You're not looking to rush things here. A lot more onus on BB to find action with this Kez pick.
No one can kind of play right up in their face a lot of times. Spotted on the blast. Jumps deep. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. That could have been a close call if the Axes had just gone a little bit farther north.
And he leads him to the Tormentor.
And objective that I think no one was trying to play around and see if he could disrupt that is something that BB team, it's like that offlane tier 1 tower. It's an objective that is much easier to take than these tier 2s or the Roshan. Katomi will get the shard. Not an amazing one, but
not bad on the Kez if he gets out of the cocoon. I think you pretty much have to decide how you're going to scale your Tricore here. If you're BB, you're not running this game over. This is not going to be some 30-minute high ground with the Beastmaster. You have to make sure all of your core scale in this game, because that was the biggest problem in that game too. You had the Drow, but no one else really got there. So the 5 or 6 slots in the late game was a big threat.
Okay, so let's talk about that itemization.
Thinking about Ags on the Beastmaster to kind of help him turn into that. Drums of Salam, definitely not as strong as he used to be, but I at least like the idea here of, you know, I'm going to be more of a threat in the fight, the old school carry Beastmaster build.
What about Nullifier on Kez? How early are you going to get this item? Like, how important is your focus on Necrophos versus everybody else in this game?
I'm trying to pick off here.
Yeah, nice grab for GPK.
I don't know if you
punishing 9 class on the haste ring deny.
I don't think you want Kiritich having to spend an item slot on the Nullifier when you have a Beastmaster that can buy it. You definitely want one in this game. Such a big item against the Necrophos.
Smoke up from BB team, just 1 kill on a support. They're gonna try and snowball this into more. They get a core kill, and maybe that could open up that Roshan that they attempted earlier. But the question is, can they find Satanic? He has remained rather elusive.
Oh, he's gonna show on this creep top. They instantly U-turn.
And a Shadow Blade. He hits the creep and then he just runs away. Is he gonna come back to it? Oh my God, he's gonna come back to it. It's an opportunity. They go into Costream, ran through the river instead of the Tiny. So just another support pickoff. BB team just...
You got to do Roche off that. You can't roar Ducalis here and not get some objective for it.
I mean, that's dangerous, though, because you are setting up for the potential Coil Terrorize play. Now that 9 class is back up.
They're not even Roche. I mean, they're just trying to get the BKB on the Kez. I think Parivision assumed they were going to do it.
Save, pops of dust as Satanic was pushing through the mid lane.
Game of cat and mouse right now.
Certainly.
There's the BKB for the Kez. A lot stronger on his own in the fight right now. You have triple BKB timing with 2 sustaining supports. If this is not a signal to force this objective, I don't know what it will be in this game.
And it seems like Parivision have no interest in contesting again. Tried it the first time, didn't really work out. And make a move to the bottom side of the map where they almost caught GPK, but he teleports away. The Vision is just doing some work for both sides, no doubt. Arrow shot is going to fall, goes to Kiritich. So what are you going to do with this Aegis over the course of the next 5 minutes? How many of these tier 2s can you take down? How much map control can you claim? Because it is still a net worth lead for Parivision, and a Necrophos that is getting larger and larger. He's level 18. He's only been a part of 3 kills, but he's been speed farming through the map so quickly. Very high level.
At this point, I'm almost worried more about what the puck is going to pick up here. Got to find some pickoffs.
They went for the cuddle. Nice little tumbler toy. 9 class. He has to terrorize. GPK pops his BKB. They still got the pickoff from Satanic. So it's a support for support. Well, 1 for 2, I guess.
Tiny's just so hard to catch.
Miro catching Ducalis at the same time as that play, which he's halfway to his axe. And Satanic still sticking around.
Sneaking in here.
They didn't have the sentries before.
They saw him on that.
They got the coddle, but now it's going to be spotted. GPK, knowing he doesn't have BKB, tries to threaten him, but no one's not here in time as the puck.
The fact you can play this aggressive with no punish, though. It's so much space.
What about the punish top lane?
No roar available.
Yeah. He only has Blink.
You can always TP out here. Not much of a threat either.
Yeah, this, even if you could get the Solar Bind on him, he's got Lotus. Yeah. You're right. Parivision are just able to play very, very far up with all 3 of their cores.
Just not a lineup that is going to excel at trying to catch some of these random heroes around the map. Like, it wants to force the 5-on-5 team fights, abuse the AoE sustain and control from the supports, and put some pressure on Parivision to respond. But right now, it's just not happening. Parivision are too good at playing the map.
Hey, that was a problem that we saw in Game 2 as well.
Yes.
So,
recurring trend in this series.
Yeah. BB team lose out in this kind of style, then it's really back to the drawing board and going, okay, we have to do everything we can to stop Parivision's.
Yeah, at what point are you just like, all right, let's pick Kiritich Arc Warden or something? Like,
yeah.
I don't know, something crazy comes out because you're just not getting to fight. The fights are not available.
Miro hiding in the trees, pops out, goes for Ducalis. And because of his BKB, he will go through uninterrupted by Satanic's Avalanche.
You can see the decisiveness whenever, like the second a hero they can kill shows on the map, they're just instantly jumping. Because they know you're not going to get a lot of openings in this game. So you have to take the ones that are available. You can't question whether it's a bait or something like that. You just have to go. That is a very tanky boy. He will find another jump.
Satanic. Now, they did get the Dispel off the Winter's Curse on that Shield Rune, so Satanic is not quite as tanky as he once was, but still has a BKB to work with. Roll in from GPK. Popped his BKB, didn't get the roll, and the Reaper's Sight to finish off the Winter Wyvern. GPK not going to be able to get the roll out, though. Notice got in front of him. That's trouble. Toss doesn't actually hit the Earth Spirit, but they get the kill either way. GPK, it feels like that was a bit of frustration. They're trying so hard to get these fights, and he said, screw it, I'm just going. An opportunity to take a fight finally.
When you lose supports at the start, though, it's not going to be successful. You need their spells in the middle of this team fight. For the chase down, for the lockdown, or some of the turnaround threat. Satanic has consistently been assassinating these heroes at the start. You're just left in a really tough situation. You get no value out of your supports in this engagement. They accomplish effectively nothing. The Tiny doesn't even have to use BKB off of the early engagement. So when he comes back in here, he still has BKB to use if there's any sort of turnaround threat.
Zero threat.
Just destroying this game right now. Building a very solid lead while he does it.
And no use of the Aegis whatsoever. Like, BB team have not managed to get a situation where Kiritich can just run after some heroes, threaten them, force Parivision to try and turn around and take away that Aegis. It's going to expire in 45 seconds. Now, this has allowed him to get to an Aghanim Scepter. He is still scaling up.
For sure.
Do you feel like this hero outscales Tiny? Let's just take that 1-to-1.
That's a... Honestly, I feel like anytime you ask if Kez outscales a hero, it's a weird question.
It's probably.
Because I think, yeah, Kez can beat anybody in the late game. Like, this hero is almost the highest DPS hero we've ever seen in Dota. If he has
Raven's failed, but he walks back into another Bramble here. 20 seconds on the Aegis, though. He's not worried about this. If anything, 9 class should be worried about him dying.
Get anything off of this information? The answer is, once again, no. Very disciplined from Parivision. They give up no openings. Aeon Disc already done for no one. They gave him the gem. Now you have this unkillable puck running around the map causing you problems.
A loss of 3,500 net worth and no buildings claimed for this Aegis.
Ooh. That is how you control a game of Dota right there.
Think about how much, like, decision-making wise, like BB team were really trying to get this Roshan to happen, and then they do it. It just doesn't even do anything for them. That's got to sting.
Especially when you're seeing these items come out.
Yeah, another heart. Heart done for noticed.
And the thing is, Parivision, they're going to start to get aggressive now.
Yeah.
Like, they've been controlling this game and very disciplined, but now's the time to start looking for more opportunities, and it's just easy for this Tiny, man. He runs into anybody, you combo him, they're at half or dead. Team can follow up, hunting Miro out of this bottom lane. He will likely have to nightfall out of here.
Is he going to BKB, TP, BKB, Reaper Scythe attempted. It was a nice idea from Notice. Any sort of stun, the follow-up could be there to chain it. He doesn't need a Reaper Scythe kill. What they need is just any kind of kill.
Satanic hunting GPK on the rune. He doesn't want to give him any power runes in this game.
Oh, BKB, but he can't run away. Gets clobbered to death by Satanic. Again, Satanic, this is what we're talking about, is Tiny. It feels like this man is just everywhere, and he's never being scouted in the process.
And he knows where the enemies are going to be. That's the biggest thing. You have to be preemptive with the setup. You have to read the map properly and say, you know what, this guy's going to be right on this spot. I'm going to run there. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to find a target. His read of the map is immaculate. You're just not getting the same pickoff threat.
Oh, even a bushwhack into the bramble there.
Look who's lurking. Hero's collapsing right now.
He felt like he had to use Raptor Dance for fear of the follow-up there for the Tiny, and pops BKB right as Satanic went in for the Blink Avalanche. Does jump away with a grappling claw, TP out from Kataomi, and notice doesn't have the Reaper Sight still.
Shepherded into your tier 3 at 30 minutes.
This is Parivision hitting a timing. That 30, 35 minute mark, they really know how to utilize. All these heroes seem to come together. All their items across the board are picked up in the same minute or two. Have this gigantic power spike. An AC, a Hearts for Noticed. What does no one have? Pharasma, Aeon Disc, a Blink Dagger. He doesn't really need to output too much of the damage here. That's going to be Satanic and Notice doing much of the heavy lifting.
Do get to a nullifier here on the Beastmaster. Maybe this is some sort of opening to go in the fight and punish the overconfidence of this Aeon Disc puck a little bit.
Yep.
Some surprise factor potentially, but it's going to kind of just require some crazy smoke to land. There's no way you're getting openings in this game. And you have to time that with the next Roshan here. Cannot afford to waste too many more moves here if you are BB.
GPK looking at a Blink Dagger, which may be needed for an upcoming high ground defense, though the trend of this game. Parivision almost caught GPK. Satanic may still have a chance here with his smoke expiring. Spotting GPK. Hit it with the Avalanche before GPK got up the BKB. Got the roll out, though. Satanic still going to try and finish him off through the tree at him, and that's enough. Meanwhile, they went for Notice with the nullifier.
He's not dying.
They kill him, though. It's happening.
He's still tanking.
He turns around. Okay, they get him with the Raptor Dance, but now they're stuck in this coil. They've already used the roar, so it's pretty rough. They just got to get whatever heroes they can out of here. It's Miro who's going to be stuck here. Puts nullifier on Satanic. Satanic, it's taking a little while to kill Miro, but they finally get it, and he hit Miro. Stuns it back with the Centaur. But Parivision, 3 down, no opportunity for Kataomi to get a good winner's curse in.
They were very disciplined, not clumping for that kill. Just letting the Tiny do it on his own. He is already level 25 off of that fight. Toss charges online. This game has been Satanic's from around that 12, 13 minute mark. I mean, just decimating the map. 9-0, every kill's going to him. Big Bad in charge. And honestly, kind of impressive that they lasted in this fight. Like, you're able to take this Necro down despite being super tanky, getting fed a Lotus here. Reaper accomplishes nothing. You waste a lot of time in your BKBs to do that. The Embrace is pretty nice. This Beastmaster with the Ags, he can sustain himself a little bit in the fight.
Nice spread from Parivision, though. The only way out for Hero is a good winner's curse.
Just no turnaround with the Earth Spirit dead from the bottom play. Again, every fight in this game has been Satanic kill somebody, and then you have to take it.
Yep.
And if Satanic doesn't kill somebody, they don't give you the fight.
I mean, even that like one smoke play where they smoke down to the bottom lane, right? Like they kill a support, they even kill 2 supports, but it still starts with Satanic killing Sat.
Starts with Satanic, it ends with Satanic.
He is the Alpha and the Omega, and he is level 25 with the toss charges. So, chain stun capabilities just went up a lot.
Deadly for the Kez here. That's the real target. I think that and the Earth Spirit. His solo kill potential continues to increase. His control in the fight with that Reaper behind it is deadly. No way to save from that Reaper right now if you get tiny comboed into it.
GPK thought better of the Blink Dagger, picked up a plate mail to work towards Shiva. Certainly needs that physical damage after the clubbing that Tiny put on him earlier.
This smoke has to land. You don't have any more smokes, and this is the only way you're going to find some opening in this game.
It's looking like it's just going to land.
Just run it into you.
9-class Dark. Whoa, they don't even hit him. He managed to get the blink out during his shadow.
It's a disaster.
Oh my God, he hit the terrorize on GPK, and Satanic.
He's waiting.
He's going to combo with that avalanche toss up. They do have the call to brace though. This may give GPK a chance to get off that BKB. The Reaper Scythe goes in. He almost dies. BKB activates. He rolls away, but the rest of the team are now swarming through. It's going to be up to Karatage to try and carry through this one. He can't even kill the supports very easily. Trying for that Raptor Dance. Spots the BKB. Raptor Dance now. Nullifier on the Necrophos. All in for this kill on Nullifier. They do manage to get him. Can they get out though? No more BKB on Karatage. Not an easy way out with a Harpoon pulling him back into Satanic with the toss up in the air. Once again, they get noticed, but it costs them far too much.
Takes too long to burst this one target down. You don't have enough time on your BKBs to take the rest of the fight, and nobody is touching this living mountain right now. 5,000 HP. Like, what are you supposed to do against this guy? He's just routing the entire backline, routing all the supports. The fight is mega disjointed. There's no opportunity to land a good curse in this engagement because he's so strong on his own. Nobody has to go in with him. It's a massive problem for the Wyvern. You get a Wisdom Shrine. Pretty nice here from GPK to recognize you can get a little something here. But the buildings are going to fall.
Okay, Katomi tries to step forward. Satanic's like, oh, okay. I'm gonna just blink instant kill you. BB team looking real worse for wear here in this game 3.
Just getting worked across the lanes.
Yeah, they seemingly like, I mean, you pointed out their struggles of wanting to be able to make action happen and not being able to find it. Felt like they couldn't solve that issue. And now it feels like even the individual plays are beginning to slip up for them.
I think part of it is the Earth Spirit's just, this hero is the odd man out. He does not thrive in this situation. He's not a pickoff threat.
Here he comes.
Not getting the fight.
One shot, support after support. The man is a goddamn menace.
You're never gonna get that 5-on-5 where GPK can shine. This is a pickoff oriented game. This is a vision oriented game. It's where you wish you had that Lina that has been banned in the series, or something else that can be a threat on the map or continue to scale. Would at least give you something to fight back with here. As Satanic, he doesn't want to do well. She wants to keep killing heroes. He's got an amp damage. He's hitting for 1,000. It's a very balanced number.
Back to the same hunting grounds before. Almost was there in time to catch Katomi. Axis, Miro.
Nobody
himself.
wants to show in this game anymore.
No. Who frontlines against that?
Nothing.
I mean, even like these tanky cores, GPK, Miro, they have 3,500 HP.
You need an Embrace to go out basically instantly, and then you have to land a good curse so you can set the fight up.
Look how fast Roche died.
That is your best chance here.
Get the Aegis to Noticed, who is almost level 25. So, 2 heroes.
Yeah, they're just gonna run in.
Overwhelming Blink chasing after him. Got the coil onto 2. Snaps on Miro. GPK has to roll in.
Not a bad opening.
He does manage to hit Satanic, stalling his initiation as best
Can they focus him?
He's gonna try and focus him down, and that damage is ramped.
Satanic hits.
But Satanic, they're turning around. Oh, the namesake might just bail him out. The Reaper Scythe comes through on the Kieran. The Katana still dies as the Kazurai. Katana does manage to finish him off, but he just can't get away from notice. There's too many threats on the board. Sure, you killed one of the beasts, but what about the second one?
Too many scaling cores in this one. Too much HP to get through. You found your opening, but you found it too late in this game. There'll be a death on the board for Satanic, but I don't think he's too sad about the outcome, as he gets to cheer on his other 2 carries. And now you're in that late game with the puck, right? The Octarine's there. You just want to fight. No one's going to continue to scale immaculately here. Get some time to do some more building damage. You don't have the Tiny to swing for it. Should get something though.
I mean, that was... I felt like that was one of the situations where it was about as good as it gets, right? You stop the initiation for Satanic, which has been a massive issue. So many of these fights that start off with Satanic killing somebody instantly. It would have been better if you could have burst him 100%, but then even still, Notice comes through and there's just nothing left to threaten him.
Hey, if you'd found that opportunity 10 minutes ago, it would have worked.
Sure. But now with a level 25 Necrophos who's just spamming out death pulses, he's not a threat just on the Reaper's side. No one's also a threat, seemingly, as the sharpshooter lands. They have to use the Winter's Curse just to try and slow down the damage to let Save get back to the fountain that is just feet away.
He does live.
He does live. It is a second lane of barracks down without the Tiny to bulldoze these buildings.
They will get a lane anyway. Full map control, full vision control. Still have that Aegis for another 2.5 here. No reason not to just go to this top lane, force the fight, end this game right here, right now.
They almost have level 25s on a couple Dare cores on the side of BB team. Level 25 on Miro and Kiritich.
Not there yet, though.
Will that be enough to change things? Another 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Notice on the front line starts chipping away at that tier 3. What are you going to do about it?
There's no way you can commit your Roar Nullifier on this guy. Can't win the fight.
I mean, you've got Earth Spirit. Can you get some sort of kickback?
Potentially. It's just not the guy you want to kick back.
Yeah. And every once in a while, no one will just jump in with the overwhelming blink.
Oh, they're going to try and
there's an opening there.
But again, every smoke has been broken this game.
And it's going to get broken again. Terrorize not being thrown out, but they do stop the smoke push forward. Now the coil lands, and they got the Wind of Wyvern. Initially, does manage to get the coil to brace safe. Meanwhile, the puck is in some trouble. It's hit by the Terrorize on Kiritich. BKB off from Satanic. Kiritich here on the other side, trying to Echo Slash him. Satanic keeping himself up with a life steal for now, and Kiritich needs some extra heals. Is getting low. Reaper side that's going to finish him off. They don't have the buyback on him. I thought maybe
it's over.
The buyback, but one kill on Kiritich is all it takes. The tiny Satanic. Small in stature outside of the game, but absolute giant inside.
13, 1-8, 550 last hits, most damage by far. He just cleaned that game up. A nice 40-minute victory, a little slower than their 35-minute pace they've been rocking the whole event, but not by a large degree. And you only found him once.
Man, I asked you about where's this Parivision, the closest out game was before 40 minutes. And
here they are. Here they are. And I mean, I feel like a broken record, but you have to find a way to be able to play the map against this team. And that's what you got to think about going into Game 4, because they have a lot of threats and a lot of ways to do it. I think one of the cool things about the series is we've seen a lot of heroes go through these 3 games. It's not like they're spamming the same hero, the same idea, the same threat. We've seen a lot of different carries, a lot of different offlaners. The one repeat to me was like this Earth Spear from Game 2 to Game 3 that just felt a little off for GPK. I don't think we're going to see him pick it up again, because this hero cannot thrive in this type of environment where the game is very split up. There's a lot of 1v1s or pickoffs. Earth Spear doesn't give you pickup threat. He doesn't push the waves. He's there to 5v5. And there's not 5v5s in these games. So like, you have to just chuck this hero out as strong as he's been. Again, you have to respect the meta of a grand final and just say, this hero is not giving us what we need, is not giving us either element that's going to help us play the game. Throw him out the window, go for something for GPK that he is either going to scale harder or give you more map presence. You know, I think that's why we saw that Lina first phase ban. Like, it's a very smart ban. This is a hero that they would really like to have in this series. And if it's not available, you go back to the drawing board and what more do you have in the tank? Because at Parivision, they have a lot in the tank. Like, these players are flexible. They can pretty much play anything across all 3 of their cores. It's very difficult to ban out their idea right now.
And the fact that we see, say, for example, Noticed, right? His big splash in this tournament, I think one of his best games was that Axe one. Super active, very aggro. Now rocking the Necrophos and just playing to scale, letting Satanic be the one to set the pace. We've seen Satanic, even if the Phantom Lancer game didn't work for them, but all through, it's a 2-1 for BB team.
A 2-1, and they are at match point for Parivision. One more game between them and taking the title here in Paris. And I feel like we've seen a little bit of a trend because, of course, that first game went the way of BB team. And we've seen Parivision adapt to that. We're very close, game number 2.